to this session one on the day 3, the challenges and opportunities for the MENA and EMME countries. And so we have 3 very interesting presentations today. Each speaker has been given 15 minutes, and then we'll have a 15-minute discussion panel at the end. And so each of the speakers is requested to keep their presentation to about 12 minutes, that we can have 3 minutes question and answers after each of the different presentations. And so when you have about 3 minutes left or so, I will give you some type of warning. And so I would like to spend the time actually listening to the presentation. So we'll go ahead and jump in on the first presentation by Professor Theodoros Zachariadis. The title is Challenges for Decarbonizing the Energy Systems in the EMME region. And so Professor Zachariadis is an associate professor at the Energy, Environment, and Water Research Center of the Cyprus Institute. And from 2009 to 2020, he served as an assistant and an associate professor of environmental economics and energy resource management at the Cyprus University of Technology. His research interests are in the techno-economic analysis of energy, environmental and transportation policies, with a special interest in environmental taxation. And so with this, I would like to pass the floor to Professor Zachariadis.
Thank you, Derek. I guess you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone. I will and thank you for inviting me to have a presentation about the Energy Task Force of the Cyprus Climate Change Initiative. Professor Papanikolaos, the scientific coordinator of this initiative, made a general presentation on the first day of the conference about the broad aspect and the objectives of the initiative. And as he mentioned, the climate initiative consists of 13 task forces as regards the scientific part of it. And I'm going to report some interim results of the scoping work that we have done in the Energy Task Force. The Energy Task Force has 16 members. This is a list of them. The names in bold letters are the coordinators of the initiative. It's Professor Kamal Araj from the Jordanian Atomic Energy Commission, Dr. Rabia Farouki, a director at the International Renewable Energy Agency, and myself. And we are very glad that in line number 5, we have today's session chairman, and in line number 9, we have Steve Griffiths, who will deliver the next talk. So it's a task force that consists mainly of experts from the region and experts in technologies or policies in the region. What would be the key characteristics of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East? The region is quite diverse. In terms of geography, it spans from Greece and Egypt in the west up to Iran. So a mixture of very different countries in demographic, socioeconomic characteristics, and also in characteristics of the energy systems. Energy demand has been growing fast, and therefore energy supply has also been growing fast in the last decades in the region, despite crises and wars and other conflicts in the region. Overall, growing populations and the growing incomes on average have led to energy demand more than tripling in the period of the last 30 years. And regardless of whether countries of the region are energy exporters or energy importers, they are heavily dependent on fossil fuels, primarily oil and gas. So renewables, for example, were responsible for less than 1.5% of total energy supply very recently. So you can imagine how challenging decarbonization in this context is. Obviously, we know very well that the region is rich in oil and gas. It has about half of global proven oil reserves and about 40% of proven gas reserves in the region. Of course, there is much diversity among countries. There are countries that are very rich in reserves and are net fossil fuel exporters, and countries that have almost no indigenous energy sources and they are energy importers. Especially for exporters, fossil fuel exports are crucial for their fiscal balance, and of course, the very low demand of the last year and the very low prices are paying a price to the fiscal balance of these countries. So, according to some data, to keep public finances balanced, the oil exporters of the region would need international oil prices in most cases well above $60 per barrel, and we don't know when these prices may be achieved again. Otherwise, there are additional challenges to these countries. As regards decarbonization, that is at the core of our interests in this case. If we observe the different countries of the region and we observe the carbon dioxide emissions per capita, which are depicted in these blue columns in the graph, we see that most countries are above the red line, which is the world average. So most countries of the region emit more or much more than average per capita CO2 emissions in the world. And what is more important is that with the exception perhaps of Israel and the EU member states of Greece and Cyprus, which follow some, perhaps not very ambitious, but anyway, some decarbonization roadmaps, for the rest of the countries where official projections are available from their intended nationally determined contribution or others, of course, the projections for 2030 are not for declining emissions. And the yellow and green lines correspond to the globally needed CO2 per capita emission levels in order to reach, according to IPCC, the targets of the Paris Agreement for a 2 degrees Celsius increase in the global temperatures, or 1.5 Celsius as regards the green line. And if we observe these lines, we see that almost every country of the region is above the levels that are required, and they are extremely on the opposite trajectory from what would be required to achieve this deep decarbonization. Our work has tried to map technologies, trends in different energy carriers, what data are available, and what policies are available in the region. So without going further to specific policy modeling or specific policy recommendations, we first tried to identify gaps in knowledge, in policies, and in regional cooperation. So our work has shown some important information gaps, first of all, so gaps in data. Not all countries have energy system data consistently collected and reliable. And when talking about energy system data, we could consider balances, energy efficiency indicators, energy relevant social indicators, time series of proper data on fuel prices and taxes, and also on energy related emissions. There is also a gap in many countries of the region, probably most countries of the region, as regards energy and climate plans that would allow policymakers in the countries and in the region to understand different the directions on carbon emissions and of the energy system according to different scenarios. And there is clearly a lack in regional integrated assessments. The region has about 4% of the total of the global population and is responsible for about 8% of global carbon emissions. And because we have the same fate in terms of climate change impacts, cooperation and regional assessments are crucial. And of course, these are lacking. As regards policies, what we have found from our review is that apart from zero carbon electricity, mainly renewables, for which most of the countries of the region have done considerable steps, there are several differences among countries in the design of policies in other aspects. For example, in most countries, there is a very small decarbonization effort for end-use sectors, for improving energy efficiency and changing power drains in transport, energy efficiency, and also zero carbon energy penetration in buildings and in industry. And because decarbonization does not only require zero carbon electricity, but also zero carbon heat, so especially policies that have to do with supplying process heat from low carbon or zero carbon sources is lagging behind in most countries of the region. Obviously, fossil fuel exporters need to diversify strongly their economic activities, especially because after the pandemic, it seems that it is unlikely that demand or fossil fuel prices will increase, and this even irrespective of the decarbonization challenge. Many countries in the region have been subsidizing fossil fuels for their populations. Phasing out of these subsidies has started, is underway in many countries. It is incomplete, and of course, it is becoming increasingly challenging because of the additional economic and social challenges that have to do with the pandemic. Apart from Greece and Cyprus, which are EU member states, and they are parts of the EU emissions trading system, otherwise there are no carbon markets in the region that could accelerate the clean energy transition. There are institutional changes. There is a lack, in fact, of institutional changes that could affect lifestyles in order to reduce the increasing demand for energy. And obviously,
3 minutes.
Okay,
Left.
thank you. Stimulating the economic recovery after the pandemic poses additional challenges, not only about phasing out fossil fuel subsidies that I have already mentioned, but in additional aspects of the decarbonization. And there are also gaps in regional cooperation. There is a lack of understanding how much of this could be beneficial. There is a limited exchange of technical expertise on technological R&D. Regional infrastructure is developed only to some extent, and there is a limited capacity building exchange in the region. On the basis of the gaps that we have identified, we have proposed a broad plan to accelerate the clean energy transition based on 3 pillars, which have to take place at the same time. We don't have the luxury of waiting for technologies, for example, to advance first and then go on with lifestyle changes or whatever. So we have identified these 3 pillars: planning the energy transition, mitigating growth in energy demand, and of course, ensuring low carbon or zero carbon energy supply. Planning the energy transition requires a vision, proper governance and accountability for the energy data and the policies that are designed, collecting proper data, performing projections, and implementing clean energy plans. Mitigating growth in energy demand would primarily involve energy efficiency improvements in all end-use sectors, including water conservation, because water supply is an important energy consumer in the region, understanding socioeconomic aspects, and perhaps institutionalizing post-pandemic low-energy lifestyles that would improve energy efficiency. And ensuring low-carbon energy supply has a very large variety of options and challenges, promoting electrification in sectors that can be electrified, investing in both low-carbon electricity, but also on sector coupling to provide process heat from zero-carbon power plants, enabling investments and institutional reforms that would increase penetration of low-carbon electricity, exploiting the opportunities of the very well-developed oil and gas industry to produce clean hydrocarbons and hydrogen, which can be used in sectors that are hard to decarbonize, and generating maximum benefits through a holistic framework with enabling policies. We have created a policy toolkit that I will, of course, not go through, and we have identified different research directions for the region in areas of technologies, infrastructure, digitalization, circular economy aspects, attitudes, and policies. And it is important also, and we are highlighting this in our report, to create stronger energy and economic modeling networks in the region in order to identify the possibilities and the benefits of regional cooperation. We can go through in any of these aspects in more detail during the discussion. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much for the presentation. So we have time for one question. Does anybody have any questions? I don't see any in the chat. If not, I'm going to ask one question. So then you've done a really nice job working on this panel with the energy and bringing together the different actors. These are all, I think, individual actors. It seems really complicated trying to get everyone in this area working together at a higher governmental level. What are your thoughts on kind of how this can happen?
We have been tasked with the scientific coordination of these aspects. So we may have the luxury of not giving much thought to governmental and intergovernmental cooperation. I don't think I'm prepared to give the proper answer to this question. The challenges are huge, and that's pretty understandable.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So we'll next move on to our second presenter. This is Dr. Stephen Griffiths, and his presentation is a screen of GCC energy policy in the context of energy transition. And so Dr. Stephen Griffiths is a Senior Vice President for Research and Development and Professor of Practice at the Khalifa University of Science and Technology, where he oversees the development and implementation of the university's research strategy and operations. And so he holds a PhD in chemical engineering from MIT and an MBA from the MIT Sloan School of Management. And so with this, I will pass the floor over to Dr. Griffiths. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. I just want to check, is my presentation showing for everybody now?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're seeing the presentation, good, because I'm not. Very good. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me to this event. As Theo mentioned, I'm part of the Energy Task Force. It's been looking at the challenges or the opportunities actually for stimulating a productive policy environment for energy transition in the MENA region, including into Europe as well. And so I'm going to follow up a little bit of what Theo has mentioned in his presentation to get more specifically into the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. I'm from Khalifa University, and so of course we're located here in Abu Dhabi. And so much of the time I spend in energy is around the GCC context. I'll start the discussion by first giving a little bit of background about how I'm considering energy policy. The first major overarching issue to consider is this notion of energy transition. As we think about policies moving forward in the future, we need to consider where we're going as a society with regard to energy. Here, Equinor most recently, they put together a nice chart which shows at one point in time before the Industrial Revolution, we were basically a renewable energy society based on biomass, not the renewables we see today. And then we eventually went into what's considered the coal age, where we're using predominantly coal for our energy source. And then as, of course, proliferation of different energy sources happened, oil became quite prominent. So they were coining this as the oil age that we're currently in. Now going forward, we think about energy policy, we consider what happens in the future. What's the next 80 years going to look like as we move forward in the energy system? And so the question on our mind is the energy transition about the end of the oil age, so to speak? It's one major contextual issue around policy. The second issue with regard to policy is the regional or local context and the geographical context. And so here in the MENA region, we have quite a diverse set of countries. We have the GCC I mentioned I'm focusing on. We have the Levant countries, we have North African countries. And so there's a great deal of heterogeneity. We have those countries that are energy exporters, they'll be covering GCC, as well as energy importing countries. And when we talk about these two different types of countries, when I mentioned the end of the oil age, obviously this is a much more significant concern for the countries that rely on oil exports for the majority of their revenues. So that's a major consideration as we think about energy transition. This picture gives you a sense of where we are with regard to our policy thinking with regard with the geographical context. Further to this point, in the MENA region, we also have a great heterogeneity as far as energy consumption. And this is also a little bit tied toward the wealth of the countries. And so here, you have an interesting diagram which shows on the left-hand side where I've circled the GCC countries, which tend to be a little bit wealthier, quite a bit wealthier than other countries in the region due to oil rents from export. They tend to be the great energy consumers. So you see a significant increase in energy consumption running right to left in this diagram, with the GCC countries being the key consumers and also the wealthiest countries. Sometimes with wealth, not everything is as good as you would hope. It can lead to excess consumption. That's what we see to some extent in the Gulf countries. And so here we have wealth and energy consumption being a differentiator across the region. So with that as a background, I'm talking about the GCC, we now get into energy policy. And so policy is a very broad word. It's used in many different ways. When I talk about policy, to me, it's about political decisions which are trying to achieve a societal goal around energy. And so we think about access to energy, reliability, affordability, economic development, and of course, trying to preserve the environment, which is a key part of all these dialogues we have about energy transition. When we think about the transition, clean energy, which is a big part of energy, well, it is essentially energy efficiency and renewables, the way we think about it, is a big part of societal goal achievement. So when you get into the nuances of policy, climate change mitigation, energy access, security, health, and economic development become very important. Now, to achieve these broad frameworks, you need a way in which you're going to provide operationalism to the activities that you plan to do. What is the government's political decisions ultimately going to be achieving through specific actions? And for here, I think Theo covered it quite well. I've talked about this in the task force, and I'll come back to it. There needs to be both a framework and then specific types of tools which you can use to enact policy. And so you start from the biggest, most important feature, in my view, is moving from visions, which many countries have, into clear strategies and scenarios which allow you to create, which to me is probably the most important, stage 3, is roadmaps and action plans, which are clear. You're really trying to achieve something in a shorter time period, let's say 5 years, and updating your view on that roadmap as time progresses, because obviously the environment changes, we have pandemics, in some cases, technologies evolve, and so you have that updating, which will lead you to modifications of your implementation tools, basically your laws, your obligations, your standards. And it's great that we have the toolbox already covered, because I don't have to go into any detail, the font's too small anyway. But we do have this nice framework in place, so that when I allude to the types of operational tools that we need, we have this through the task force. And so I'll come back to this just when I talk a little bit more about the GCC. So with the background, now we know where we're going, we know the context, we know the tools. I can start to give you a little bit of an assessment of how the GCC sits. And for this, I thought it'd be interesting to look at the framework that the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, RECRE, is put together. I follow their reports, come out every couple of years, and they're updated. And so if you look across the 6 GCC countries, which I show here on the spider diagrams, you see a comparison of the countries and energy efficiency in this case with regard to the regional averages. And so, well, I'm not going to go through all the different countries and discuss in detail. What you see from the rankings, however, is GCC doesn't do great, does all right with regard to the UAE. The challenges in particular that you see is around pricing. So this was mentioned previously, not just the prices themselves, the structure of pricing, and then the regulatory frameworks and the institutions that will implement these frameworks. Across all these diagrams, you see some white spaces in these areas I've circled. It's a fairly common trend in GCC that the pricing, regulatory frameworks for energy efficiency, and then institutions are not strong. That said, the building sector is actually not that bad. And if you look in the GCC, we do have building codes, building standards, and across MENA, I think the building sector is probably the best position. The UAE and Qatar both have their own frameworks for looking at building energy efficiency. So we have in Abu Dhabi, we actually have a couple different emirates where we have green building code in Dubai and a Pearl rating system in Abu Dhabi. And so we do have ways in which we look at the buildings the same way that's LEED and BREEAM, for instance, look at the buildings in the US and elsewhere, also the UK. So that's fine. But that said, buildings themselves does not save the day. And so the reason I say that is the gaps that I think are most serious in energy efficiency relate to the sectors they cover in the GCC. So here you look at the overall final energy consumption broken down by sector across the countries of the GCC, and then with regard to the GCC relative to the world. And we see that the buildings themselves is actually a very small part of final energy consumption. So even if you were completely efficient and even providing these buildings with complete renewable energy, you're not getting very far in sustainability. And so the black and the red cross-hatched areas, which is transportation industry, that to me is where we have a gap. And that's where we have to put much more effort into achieving policies around efficiency, which are going to allow us to really create a robust system of conserved energy and not continue to have this reputation of being a high emitting region. We come to renewable energy. Now this is another side of the policy equation. We go from efficiency to renewables. It's again the same type of analysis I agree, and we try to understand here in the spider diagram how the renewables framework, so the different aspects of renewable energy success, so to speak, compare up in the region against, or in the countries of the GCC against the broader region. Similar rankings, again, UAE does well in these rankings, Saudi Arabia comes in second, and then the rest of the countries tend to take up the rear. Here I see the major issues being the entire right side of the diagram, and so everything from having policies in place to allow renewables to succeed, so you talk about grid access, you're looking at supporting policies, which are any number of them growing, especially as we start to think about energy storage, is a large gap, and then having commitments which are firm. And I'd say firm, I'll come back to that shortly, not just as I said, a vision, but actually having a way to take an implementable strategy and approach to putting in policies to allow you to achieve a certain level of renewable energy in your energy system. So this is where the GCC sits. And so what I will elaborate on a little bit here is utility scale solar, because if there's one area where policy has been globally renowned, so to speak, and it comes from the GCC, is in tendering and auctions around renewables. And so I think that something to spend a little time on, because we'll come back to, again, policies and potential gaps. So we think about the renewable energy or policies and measures around sustainability, and where we see all the countries in the Gulf essentially having an active initiative. The ones I'll highlight without going through all of them is, we see electricity targets and we see tendering and auctions. This is where we have uniformly commitments from the countries to move ahead in some regard with activity and frameworks allow us to promote renewable energy. Now, why is this the case? For me, it's a matter of simple economics. If you look in the region, you look across MENA countries that you put out tenders and auctions, the GCC countries, in particular, if you look at the UAE and Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the lowest prices are coming repeatedly. It's always a world record these days as to what the utility scale solar projects are putting out with bids or auctions for, of course, delivery of electricity in future years. They're not today's price, future years. Here we see for the 2020 auction on this Al-Dhafar solar PV project in the UAE, 1.35 cents per kilowatt hour. It's extraordinary low for 2 gigawatts. And so, yes, we have, obviously, it's a wealthy region. Cost of debt's quite low. Finance is easy to achieve. We have good resources. So I think the whole basket is there to make the GCC successful, at least in this policy set in renewables. But it doesn't necessarily save the day, and I'll get into that a little bit. One is, we don't, even though we have the opportunity to deploy renewables, the targets, which almost every country has, the GCC, but not all of them are that ambitious. So, if you look, before getting to Saudi Arabia and UAE, if you look across Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, anywhere between 5 and 20% of electricity generation in a 10-year period and beyond is not what you see in Europe and elsewhere where you're trying to get to net zero. And so just the ambitions themselves, even though they change frequently, they may change tomorrow, or not yet ambitious enough. And then when you get to the countries where there are the high ambitions, you open up another set of potential credibility issues. And so with that, I'll just turn to Saudi Arabia because they've been the regional interests as far as the market. If you look here on the diagram, just look at the scales. So you look at the total power generation depicted for potential markets between 2019 or 2020 and 2025. Here we're in the megawatts, left-hand side. When you go toward the Saudi Arabia's ambitions for 2025 and beyond, you're seeing in the tens of gigawatts. So while countries like the UAE, for instance, we said was already moving ahead quickly in renewables and done things, Saudi Arabia has ambitions to do things, which is great. We hope they'll be achieved, and there's a lot of optimism around that. And of course, the other countries more modest in their ambitions. This target, however, That's perfect. This target, however, is one that needs to have the credibility built around that. So the reason I say that is if you look at where the country is today versus where it wants to go, it's quite a climb in 10 years. Going from 310 megawatts to 30 gigawatts to 60 gigawatts, somehow that's going to have to be put in place through policy measures that are robust. And so I will just point out as a policy consideration is when you start to get up to these levels, and Europe is seeing that, certain parts of Asia are seeing it, we're going to see this, I think, globally, as power becomes more oriented toward renewables. You have to really think about a sector-wide systemic view of the electricity system. So you're trying to deal with bringing intermittent renewables, particularly solar PV, into the system. And that brings in thinking about storage, it brings demand side response, forecasting resources and balancing against that demand, optimal dispatch of the resources available. All these things are coming to the fore, and we in the region need to start thinking about policy frameworks which allow us to achieve energy systems which do achieve such ambitions. So Saudi's the forerunner, maybe other countries will come, but eventually they'll need policy to back this up. And I just make a few points at the bottom here, which have been touched upon in the prior presentation. So with that, what is the assessment? Well, I come back and I think this policy matrix is fantastic because we're doing some things in the GCC, but where we can really take a good look at this matrix and do things to add value is in the efficiency in industry and transport. As I showed you, we haven't covered that too well. On the electricity side or the supply side, yes, again, clean fuels, transportation, but to get to high shares of renewables, electrification of the end use sectors, regional trades, smart grids, and market reforms are all required, or else we're not going to get to these 60 gigawatt types of intermittent renewable energy systems that some would hope to see in the countries that have that size market. So my final wrap up is just to once again go back on some of the things I've said. When we look at the assessment of energy policy in the region against this energy transition, we're very heterogeneous in the MENA, and so it's obviously not one size fits all. The GCC context is one of energy exporting countries, relative wealth, also high energy consumption. That said, I think all the countries in the region have the opportunity to look at the proper strategic approach to policy. And so consider all the sectors: power, buildings, transport, industry. Everyone talks power, renewables are great in power, but you can't leave the others behind, particularly transport and industry. There's some major gaps there. The visions are great. You know, we can always announce what we want to do if it's a perfect world, but then we have to follow this roadmap of policies and regulations. With regard to the GCC in particular, there's progress being made. As I mentioned, buildings are progressing. I see some efficiency measures there, renewables, power looking better, and those are essentially low-hanging fruit. However, you saw pricing reforms been mentioned many times. The region still does not incentivize sufficiently financially energy conservation and efficiency. The industry and transportation sectors are lagging, starting from how cities are built all the way up to policies to promote clean transportation, EVs, and the like. And then finally, the targets, when we do get it to the power sector and we get very ambitious, we have to evolve into a systems view of renewables. Just having the one-off low-cost project is great, but when we start to have very high shares of intermittent renewables, there's a whole new way of thinking about energy that has to be brought into the context of what we're doing here in energy transition in the GCC. So with that, thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer a couple questions now and then the panel.
Dr. Griffiths, thank you very much for your presentation. We have time for one quick question. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see any questions. So I will ask a question. And so it seems like there's a big push in terms of renewable energy for electricity. It seems like one of the gaps that you identified, though, was that industry is actually one of the main emitters of greenhouse gases in the region. What is the interest in renewable energy for industrial processes?
Well, it's a little bit difficult because some of the biggest emitters actually have captive power plants. So if you look at our aluminum sector, for instance, I mean, they're running a large generation from natural gas in their own. I think they're more likely in some of these heavy industries to move toward efficiency versus a renewable energy play when it comes to, quote, clean energy. Others, when they're grid tied, you look at, we have a steel sector here, which does tie into grid. I think they're quite open to having, obviously, their electricity when it does come from renewables. And there's also the offshoot for some of these industrial sectors that utilize hydrogen like steel, where they would potentially use clean energy, produce clean hydrogen and then that could feed into a more sustainable, robust operation for them. And broadly speaking, cement, again, it's not a matter of using a high temperature fuel like hydrogen for their high temperature processes, then they'd probably look more towards, say, capturing CO2, which is under the clean energy umbrella. It's not necessarily the renewables, right? So I think the industry potentially would move in the direction of renewables, but it needs to be cost effective, cost efficient, because these are the industries which are highly competitive, commoditized. And so doing something simply because it's clean is hard to justify economically to the leadership that works with the leaders of the companies to make these types of decisions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will move on to the next speaker. And so the next speaker is Dr. Hicham Bouzekri. He received his engineering diploma in electronics and communications in 1995. After 2 years of working in the microelectronics industry, he was awarded a Fulbright scholarship in 1997 to join the master's program at the University of Florida. He graduated from there in 1998 and obtained his PhD in electrical engineering from Texas A&M University in 2002. He currently serves as MASEN's Director of Research and Development and Industrial Integration, and his presentation will be the energy transition challenges and opportunities for Morocco. And so with this, I will turn the floor over to Dr. Bouzekri.
Thank you, Dr. Griffith. I think everyone sees the screen, right? We can get started.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like also to thank the organizers for the opportunity to share with you what Morocco is doing in terms of energy transitions, and in particular in the electric sector. So if you allow me, I'll start off with the electricity demand, which reflects demographics, first of all, but also a push towards industrialization in Morocco. So typically, if you look at the past decade, so we've had an average increase in electricity demand of approximately 4.3%, which was also accompanied by an increase in the max power demand. And so when we look at energy policy and in particular electricity investment, we are not seeking to replace existing fossil capacities by renewable energy. We are typically first and foremost providing an answer to an increase in demand, which creates a much more, I would say, constructive and easy way to help renewable energy investment in Morocco. So turns out that Morocco, just like many of the MENA region North African countries, is blessed with very high quality renewable resources, but also renewable resources that are well spread over the full map of Morocco. So what we see also is that some of the best locations for renewable energy plants are actually in desert areas in the south, coastal areas and mountainous areas for the wind power. And these areas are typically very remote and typically less developed than areas that are actually the biggest consumption. But to the advantage of Morocco, the past few decades have seen a significant investment in infrastructure. So we have a national grid that covers 98% of the Moroccan population, knowing that electrification is actually reaching 99.8% of the Moroccan population. So I would say that the full setup or the perfect storm for a much more active renewable energy policy has helped Morocco, and so we have defined national targets for the installed renewable energy electricity capacity to be 42% by 2020, which we have reached this year, and 52% by 2030. The capacities in terms of gigawatts might not be as big as what was presented for the MENA region, but as soon as renewable energy start to represent close to 50% of your installed capacity, there are significant challenges with the integration of this renewable energy and the stability of the grid. So Morocco policy has always been an open one towards private investment. And so from the get-go, we consider these targets to be common targets between the public and private sector. MASEN, the Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy, for whom I work, is a public entity, but we also work with the private sector that is able to invest in renewable energy and has done so through a law called 1309. And the grid operator is the primary customer for this energy and provides PPAs. Further, I wanted also to highlight that renewable energy, although it's presented as being a standalone policy in Morocco, this is a contribution to a much wider development challenge and opportunity that we see through renewable energy. So electricity production is the locomotive pulling this full ecosystems, but we see this as an opportunity for Morocco and Moroccan research institutes and companies to step up into more value-added creation through R&D, and I have a dedicated slide for that. Most of the personnel running the power plants, more than 90%, are actually Moroccans who were trained for this task, and so this is a transfer of know-how opportunity that we are seizing on. And we have tried to reach as high as possible an integration local sourcing for Moroccan industries, because as you know, renewable energy plants are actually great for creating employment during the construction phase, but much less so during the running phase. And so the more sustainable job creation happens through industry, and this is what we have tried to achieve. Final point is that we consider that renewable energy plants should be an opportunity and a vector of development for local areas, and I'll be highlighting a few points in that area. So first, the World Bank group has recognized our approach and funded a cluster that allow EPCs to meet and help Moroccan industries which had no activity in renewable energy become a sustainable supplier. And the interesting dynamic there is that once the projects in Morocco finish, some of these companies are actually able to export and go with the EPCs to other countries. And so we see really an investment in know-how and technology transfer locally that can benefit Morocco as an export industry down the road. And this is something that we have seen actually achieved in the past years. Further, the R&D part is an interesting for renewable energy because there is so much technological transformation happening. And so we have dedicated a 200-hectare platform within Ouarzazate, still today the world's largest operating solar complex with a multi-technology ranging from CSP to PV, and I'll get back to that. And we are able to actually accelerate the path of upcoming technologies, and in particular storage, to see how storage plus renewable is able to replace fossil fuels in a sustained way and also in a grid stable way. The actions that we have conducted in order for renewable energy to be accepted and welcomed in many of the communities where we act is that we actually go beyond energy to address a lot of the deficiencies of these regions in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure, sports and social activities, and income generating activities such as agriculture. And so we have surpassed 33,000 beneficiaries in more than 61 projects. And this helps a lot in preventing the not in my backyard phenomenon that we've seen on renewable energy in a number of countries. So the pipeline of projects I mentioned is in excess of 4,000 compared to total electricity generation capacity of 8,200 megawatts in Morocco. You will see, as I mentioned, that it's spread out. So that allows a social impact and investment distribution throughout the country. In terms of hydro, in the case of Morocco, hydro has always been a water issue before an energy issue. And so we don't think that there will be a lot more hydro projects to be developed, but we still benefit from 1,700 megawatts of hydro that is installed. And I would like to spend maybe a minute on the Ouarzazate complex that I mentioned. Some of the records that were mentioned earlier in the previous presentation Some of them actually were initiated in Morocco, in particular because Morocco was very, I would say, early on to decide that storage needed to be part of the renewable energy plants. And so the CSP plants, and we drove the technology back in 2010 to 2016 in some of the highest storage hours that there was on the market. And we achieved, as you see, more than a third of the plants were actually built by Moroccan companies. In more of a recent development, there was a approximately $70 per megawatt hour project that for the first time hybridized PV and CSP into a single plant. And we see this as the future in terms of solar. I'll skip quickly over the pipeline of projects that are still in the works and that will actually come to reinforce and help Morocco achieve the 52% of installed electricity generation capacity by 2030. So that makes up for approximately 6 gigawatts of additional capacity that needs to be built. These projects are not just visions as were mentioned, but these are actually projects that are planned and for which the land has already been reserved. And so Morocco being a net energy importer and fossil fuel importer, we see this as a survival really challenge, and we think that this is going to be achieved. So beyond electricity, we see a couple of things that will be driving also energy demand. One of them is water treatment. So I know that the GCC countries have mostly relied on desalinated water for their needs. This is new in Morocco, and we think that this will drive demand way beyond what the 4% increase that we have seen. A first plant is being finalized near the city of Agadir, and we've already announced 2 additional water treatment plants for the cities of Casablanca and further down the road. Morocco has also been very successful in attracting the automotive industry, and we have started actually assembling and manufacturing electric cars, which is great news because at this stage we consider competitiveness to be really the driving force. And we have started actually also looking at other ways of renewable energy sources such as waste and biomass. The 2 driving, I would say, situations that we see upcoming in Morocco is really thermal energy or power to heat.
3 minutes left. 3-minute warning.
Thanks. So power to heat, we're not a very highly industrialized country, but we still do have metal industry, cement factories, and a lot of agro-processing. And obviously the best and shortest way to do decarbonization is to actually generate the heat that these industries need directly from solar. And we have developed quite a know-how in terms of CSP and using CSP as a storage. And a number of pilot projects are actually being conducted to see how and to what extent does solar generating directly heat avoids the loss of going from electricity to heat and back to electricity and vice versa. The other one is that Morocco is the world's biggest phosphate exporter. So we sit on approximately half of the world reserves, and the national OCP or company for phosphates is actually the biggest in terms of exports of fertilizers. Turns out that fertilizers require a lot of ammonia, and ammonia can now be generated directly from green hydrogen. And so we see this as a major driver for demand. We have started looking in a lot more details in terms of producing green hydrogen, and there is a 100 megawatt electrolyzer capacity project being instructed as we speak, which will be exclusively powered by solar and PV with some storage, obviously. And the goal is to test a number of pathways. One of them is the ammonia production through chemical, as I was mentioning, but also green fuels, e-kerosene, and also exports of green hydrogen to Europe. A couple of slides to give the regional dimension that we have in mind. MASEN has started acting as a leader to a number of African countries that require know-how in terms of putting together a national policy for renewable energy and driving decarbonization of the industry. And we have actually really built a network of partners, and we can start thinking collectively as opposed to every country separately. My last slide is towards the more regional integration towards Europe. So Morocco has already a couple of 700 megawatts electric undersea cables connections to Spain. We're planning on reinforcing those and adding another one to Portugal. So you will have multiple possibilities of exports of green electricity, whether it's through e-fuels, whether it's through ammonia or through green electrons. And we see renewable energy as an integration vector for the West Mediterranean region. We have what we have dubbed a set roadmap agreement that allows Morocco to sell renewable energy to actual private PPAs, and I will actually finish with that and be happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. We have time for one question, and then we'll move into the panel discussion. I'm looking at the chat, I don't see any questions. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, I have a question. So it seems like right now you're installing about 3 to 5 hours of energy storage in these systems. As you look forward, is that enough, or do you see a need to go into longer storage times to take you over the entire night? Kind of what's the status of your storage needs right now?
Yeah, so it turns out that the demand curve is actually what's dictating the number of hours of storage, even if CSP would love to have longer hours of storage to bring the cost further down. But demand in Morocco actually completely evaporates or crumbles after midnight. And so there is no market need to go beyond the 6 to 7 hours of storage between 5 p.m. and 12 a.m. Even the grid operator wouldn't remunerate or pay for any electricity after that. So we don't see from the existing demand a need for longer storage duration. However, with these new applications such as desalination, this may actually change. Desalination and electrolyzers, this may actually change. And so we are looking actively into this particular question for upcoming demand, not existing one.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we have about 7 more minutes until our coffee break. And so we're going to transition into our discussion. And so I would like to all 3 of our speakers to come back and join. And so this is something that's been rolling in my mind. So I read today that a year ago, there were 0 researchers in the world researching COVID-19 because nobody knew about it. So obviously COVID-19 has been very much of a black swan, a very disruptive event for us. And so as you look out over the landscape, we have these projections into the future, maybe thinking more in a positive manner. Do you see the potential for some type of disruptive technology that we don't envision right now, or maybe really revolutionary price reductions in some technologies occurring within the energy industry to somehow get us, through this, out of this climate crisis? Or do you think that this energy industry is just fundamentally too big? The timelines are too long for all the investments to really have this really, really fast type of transformation. What are your thoughts on this? So I can, okay.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at it if you want.
Okay. Yes.
Sure. So I think disruption is actually in the horizon for the electricity and energy sectors, and it's not going to come. We don't think it's going to come from a particular technology. We think that the advance of the prosumer, which is the customer who is producing his own electricity and reselling it, is actually really changing the dynamics. So we see here in Morocco an increasing number of people who see local generation through panels, and tomorrow also through local storage, as being much more viable, and people are able to get their return on investments within a few years. And so we see really an appetite for private investments to generate energy. And I think this is going to catch on so that we will move away from a system where you see this huge multi-gigawatt generating plant into a much more balanced grid. And digitization is going to play a big role in how utilities tomorrow are able to control demand and offer by a different type of actors. And so really we think that there is disruption in the horizon. We see a lot of governments that are actually trying to slow down that change because it's too fast for commitments that have taken through PPAs of multiple years. But change is coming. It's just a matter of how fast it will be implemented in each country. But the sector in itself will not look the same 10 or 15 years from now, for sure. That's my opinion.
Okay, I'm going to move in reverse order through the speakers then. And so I would like to get Dr. Griffiths' ideas about this. So you're muted right now. If you can unmute your microphone. Okay. No, we still don't hear you. So we're not hearing you. So anyway, I'm trying to manually unmute him. So Dr. Griffin, we're not able to, I can't unmute you and you're muted right now.
Perhaps the organizer can unmute him.
Yeah,
I
okay.
kept hitting the button. There's organizer. I found the chat though. I was about to send you a text. It said you muted, but nonetheless, it's a very good question. So when you look at the scenarios for achieving net zero energy system by 2050, IEA has published this most recently. It's extraordinarily challenging. I mean, I know all the countries now are saying they're getting behind net zero. They're trying to go to a very quick transition, but it is a phenomenally difficult issue to address. There are many things have to happen. I don't think it's one breakthrough technology. What I do think would be very a great catalyst, though, toward getting us where we need to go is the ability to achieve high temperature processes through electrification. So earlier this year, I was reading a few studies, and I was thinking to myself, because I work a lot on hydrogen, saying, we're going to go to blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, and ultimately that's going to be a savior for industrial processes. That's a big part of the equation, hard to decarbonize sector. Then I started looking at the work, and there's actually a good amount of R&D going forward to bring electrification to medium and beyond medium and very high temperature processes, which I think by 2030, 2040 can be achieved in a commercial way. So if we're able to start taking, say, for instance, renewable energy, renewable power, scale it up, we know that can be done. That's one of the areas that has great traction. And start to bring electrification beyond simply the building sector, the transportation sector, take it to the processes in industry, which currently are perceived as not being those that could be electrified. I think that would be a great way to start bringing down the emissions and trying to achieve some of these targets, which the view is that maybe hydrogen will be the savior, but I don't necessarily think that is the case in industry. I think there'll be other technologies which can achieve that. Hydrogen, I do think, will be a key source of solving some of the other challenges. Going to electrofuels, for instance, in aviation, if we can take, say, CO2 and hydrogen, put them together, create fuels for another hard decarbonized sector, the aviation sector, then you've got a new technology, a breakthrough technology, which can really add value to another area where people right now don't know how aviation, for instance, is going to get to be low carbon, because we're not going to load up a Boeing 787 with batteries. So yeah, I think going forward, I totally agree. The power sector is in good shape. It's moving ahead. Storage is looking promising. But if we can start to make inroads and breakthroughs around industry and breakthroughs around the long distance transportation, particularly aviation, long haul shipping, trucking, there we're going to be able to try to get a little bit closer to some of these great targets that are out there. But right now, I don't think are necessarily achievable.
Now we can't hear you.
Yeah, okay, so yes, okay, so you can hear me now. So Professor Zachariadis, I'll give you the final word on this, and then we'll move into our coffee break.
Thanks for the honor. I don't know much about technologies. What I can see is a very strong policy push, especially after the pandemic, worldwide, about green deals. You know, it's not only Europe, it's South Korea, it's China's pledges, it's probably the incoming US administration. And also all this linked to the understanding that the pandemic is related to environmental degradation, and also at the same time due to several probably climate change related catastrophes over the last 1 or 2 years. So I can see this policy push, and this of course can bring technologies to the fore. There may be some hype about some technologies and about some pledges and about some solutions that may seem to be, you know, magical. But overall, I think the global policy orientation is there, and the technologies will most probably be funded and be aligned with the global policy targets.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Everyone sharing your thoughts. And so we're right on schedule. Actually, maybe 1 minute late. So I'm going to just say thank everyone, all the speakers for their presentations. We now have a 10-minute break, and going back to the program, the next session starts at 16:10, so 8 minutes from now. Thank you again. Bye.
everyone. Thank you very much for attending this session, this process heat and desalination session. This is especially excellent news that how everybody is connecting in the energy sector and then in the water sector, and combining these sessions where we cope with these two challenges that sometimes we have to solve together. I will also to highlight that 1 week ago, actually, not only technical people are aware of water problems, but also economics. As you know, water has officially joined the likes of gold and oil in being traded on Wall Street as futures, since it's becoming scarce in the world. This probably will change the paradigm in coming days. So on practical information, we will have, as other sessions, 3 speakers. We have today 3 main players in the innovation arena, in energy, especially CSP and desalination all together, which is a real privilege. We will have these 3 sessions. After each talk, we will have a couple of minutes for questions, and then we have the final panelist discussion. First speaker, it's a very honor to me to present Dr. Guillermo Zaragoza. He is a senior researcher in the Spanish Public Research Center in CIEMAT. It's the Center for Energy, Environment, and Technology Research. He's working currently in the solar desalination R&D unit of Plataforma Solar Almeria, very well known as PSA. His main research is focused on the application of solar energy to desalination for small-scale decentralized options, and also for coupling desalination with concentrated solar power production. His PhD in physics by University of Granada. He held academic positions in Oxford University, in Spanish Research Council, and also the Greenhouse Research Facility in Cajamar Foundation. He has a long academic record, more than 85 papers, several books, etc., and extensive experience in international R&D projects. I would also to highlight that he is coordinating the Renewable Energy Desalination Action Group, and not only in the European Innovation Partnership on Water of the European Commission, but also in the Water Europe platform. Very active, Guillermo. Thank you very much for the effort. So the platform is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Victor, for the introduction, and thank you, the Cyprus Institute, for the invitation. My talk will be on membrane distillation as an alternative for solar desalination. And this should, okay. A bit of fundamentals of membrane distillation is an evaporative process in which water vapor is driven by a difference in vapor pressure from one side of a hydrophobic membrane to the other side, and then it condenses on this other side. So at one side, the liquid with all the salts remains, and only water vapor passes to the other side. Therefore, this is not as a reverse osmosis, where the membrane needs to be nanoporous to filter the salts out, because this is based on, the separation is based on evaporation. So we only need micropores, because we need to have this to happen. We need this meniscus that is established by the hydrophobicity of the material, and then in the pore, liquid does not pass as long as the hydraulic pressure does not exceed the liquid entry pressure of the pore. So this acts as a phase separator between liquid and vapor. And vapor passes through along the pore to the other side, where it condenses with a cooled source, because the vapor pressure difference is established by a temperature difference. And how to establish this temperature difference? The simplest configuration is direct contact, when there is a cold permeate and the vapor condenses directly on the cold permeate. But if we separate the cold permeate from the membrane, introducing a condensation surface, then we can use the feed as a coolant, and the condensation takes place on this surface. But there is this gap, this is the air gap configuration, and the air in this gap creates a mass transfer resistance for for the vapor that goes through the membrane. To decrease that mass transfer resistance, we can close the gap at the bottom and leave the permeate inside. So that's the permeate gap membrane distillation configuration that combines the benefits of both. In this case, there are lots of conductive heat losses because there's a cold liquid in contact with the membrane. Here, the liquid is stagnant. Here, there is no liquid, it's air. So this is, in principle, the most thermally efficient one, but the decrease of mass flow because of the mass transfer resistance of the air is decreased, is kind of eliminated here. So this is a combination of the advantages of both. And for the configurations where the vapor goes out of the module and is condensed outside, this sweeping gas that takes the vapor out to a condenser, that we need a stripping agent to separate the liquid from the sweeping gas, and vacuum, whereas a vacuum pump sucks the steam out to a condenser. The strength of membrane distillation is that it operates in low temperature, so it's suitable for solar thermal energy and waste heat. I mentioned before that we don't need high pressures to operate. This is only evaporation. So there's no fouling and scaling in principle. And intermittent operation is possible. This is very important because that's one of the limitations of RO. In this case, the membrane does not dry because it's hydrophobic. So we can stop and start as many times as we want, which is perfect for solar energy. There's also 100% theoretical salt rejection because this is evaporation based, and less influence of feed water salinity than in reverse osmosis, where the energy consumption is proportional to the feed concentration. And this is a modular technology compared to other thermal desalination processes. So there's less space and equipment requirements. Unfortunately, the membranes are not suitable. I mean, not specific for membrane distillation. Most of the membrane research is still at lab scale, and we have to use the microfiltration membranes that are available, which are hydrophobic. So they are not fully optimized. And of course, evaporation requires a large amount of energy, and we need to recover the latent heat of condensation for the process to be efficient. This has always done from the beginning. Externally, it requires the use of heat exchangers. So that's complicated because heat exchangers are typically more expensive than membranes. So the goal of developers is to develop modules with internal heat recovery. And in this fashion, where you use the feed in the condenser and the latent heat of condensation preheats the feed. So look at here, from 20 to 75 degrees, so you only need a minimal external heat to reach the evaporator temperature of 80 degrees in this case. But then look at this temperature gradient across the membrane. It's only 5 degrees. So the production will be small because the driving force is this temperature difference. If the module is shorter, you can keep a larger driving force, larger temperature difference, but then you don't have as much heat recovery, and then you need more energy. So there is a trade-off between thermal energy and productivity. You cannot have both thermal energy efficiency and productivity. If you have good productivity, you need a lot of energy. If you have good thermal efficiency, you can have less productivity. This is because the recovery of latent heat of condensation is into sensible heat to preheat the feed, as in the MSF plants. So this is a similar scheme. Heat recovery can also be done with externally with coupling modules in series and different stages, so the multi-stage configuration. But this requires more equipment than if you do it internally in a long module. Plate and frame modules have it more difficult because it's harder to guarantee proper countercurrent circulation in the module. Spiral wound modules guarantee better countercurrent circulation, and we can also play with having the heat input in the center of the module and the cold input in the outside. So there's a natural insulation because the outer part of the module is where the cold is and the heat is kept inside. So spiral wound modules have been shown to be more efficient, more thermally efficient than plate and frame. And several developers like SolarSpring and MEMQA, this is a new one, work on these one-channel spiral wound modules. The main advantage of the AquaSteel technology, they made a a significant change in the module design by combining several envelopes in a single Spiral 1 module. So in this fashion, so you have several envelopes, and this allows to increase the residence time of the feed for the same membrane area and feed flow rate. What does this mean? That we can have a longer residence time in shorter channels, because the feed is split in as many streams as channels are in the module. So we can have more efficient modules, and they can be short or long. If you want to extend the residence time, you obviously have longer modules. At CIEMAT, in Plataforma Solar de Almería in Spain, we have evaluated most of the commercially available membrane distillation technologies. We have worked with practically all modules, and I will show you very briefly the results that we've had from in our pilot scale, in our pilot plant, using this graph that shows the flux, permeate flux versus the GOR. The GOR is kind of a performance ratio. That is the ratio between the latent heat required to vaporize the total mass of distilled produced and the rate of heat addition. So it gives an indication of heat recovery, because GOR larger than 1 means that you have produced more distillate than the initial heat addition, because you've recovered latent heat of condensation. This is very common in thermal desalination. And the results of the first pilot scale modules, Solar Spring, are here. An increase if this were a permeate gap membrane distillation configuration. By deaerating the feed, there's an increase in the performance, better heat efficiency. This air gap membrane distillation configuration, practically similar results. This is more significant by sucking the air from the gap. This is the vacuum enhanced air gap membrane distillation configuration. We have a jump in performance. Now, the AquaSteel modules, these are the first generation, so extending the GOR and extending the flux. Even more in the second generation, playing with improving the hydraulics, so we can have larger fluxes and a larger feed flow rate, and giving as a result larger fluxes, larger than 6, and DOR almost 7. But operating these modules in vacuum enhanced air gap membrane distillation configuration, we can reach these larger values of GOR and permeate flux. And this is actually the best recorded performance of commercial modules, with a GOR of 13.5 equivalent to a specific thermal energy consumption of 49 kilowatts-hour per cubic meter. This is better than any other thermal desalination technology. You would need an MED plant with a lot of effects to have these results. And this with the module with 12 envelopes and 2.7 meters long channels, and total membrane surface of 25.9, almost 26 square meters. And the vacuum, well, it's not really vacuum, it's sucking the air. So you can do that with a Venturi suction using the coolant circulation. So no additional electrical consumption to create this vacuum, unless vacuum pumps that have a high electrical consumption. This was published early this year. And now let's see hollow fiber modules. They can also have internal heat recovery. And as a matter of fact, the concept of internal heat recovery was first implemented in hollow fiber modules in the project MEMSTIL. And recently, Tianjin University took over this concept, in which there's a combination of hollow fiber membranes and hollow fiber heat exchangers. So the feed enters the heat exchangers, and then is preheated and goes to the hollow fiber membrane. So a similar fashion as before, recovering the latent heat of condensation to preheat the feed. And this has been done, as I said, several papers from Tianjin University in lab scale modules, achieving very good results, like reaching the same streams as we had in GOR and P-flux, But okay, let's have a look at this. This is 2 grams per liter. All the results that I showed before at CMAT were for 35 grams per liter for seawater. And these are lab scale modules with less than 1 square meter membrane. Upscaling these modules to still small modules, but 2 square meters membrane surface area, the performance is a bit more moderate. Okay, this is for 70 grams per liter. So the equivalent for seawater, it could be maybe at this point, slightly less. But these are remarkable results. The challenge is to extend this to much larger modules. And so far, the barrier is a pressure drop associated to hollow fiber. And that results in larger electrical requirements for pumping. Finally, another way of recovering the heat, instead of preheating the feed, which leads us to this trade-off between production and energy efficiency, is to recover the heat as a latent heat for further evaporation. So we have a multi-effect concept. The vapor condenses and acts as a heat source for a further evaporation in a second effect. So this is very similar to a multi-effect distillation plants, but instead of having evaporators and condensers, we have membranes and condensation sheets. And this is all made of plastic and can be small. So quite a serious advantage compared to MED that has to be large scale. This was the big idea of MEMSIS, and they developed their pilots based on these modules, multi-effect vacuum, multi-effect membrane distillation modules, and vacuum, similar as in the MED plant. And the vacuum pump sucks all the feed through all the modules. The results are pictured here for a 4 effects plant. Now, very large flux, not necessarily larger than we had in spiral wound and even hollow fiber modules, but the GOR is limited. Of course, the energy efficiency depends on the number of effects. So to reach a GOR of 13.5, at least 13 effects would be needed, and 13 effects in a single module with a vacuum pump sucking the feed all through the module seems a bit complicated. And as a matter of fact, the larger number of effects that I've seen in MEMSIS modules was 6, and I'm not sure if they reached 10, but certainly not 13. So it does not seem that MEMSIS could reach the energy efficiency of the AquaSteel multi-envelope spiral wound modules in vacuum air gap membrane distillation configuration. And so the big question, can solar I'm finishing. Can solar thermal desalination compete with PBRO? We did an analysis comparing the levelized cost of water of PBRO with, we don't have the levelized cost of water of thermal desalination because it's not commercial yet, but we have the cost of solar energy required for the desalination. And simply looking at that, we calculated that the GOR had to be larger than 8 for thermal desalination to compete with PBRO. Now, that's something that we achieve with the technology, with the AquaSteel technology that I've just shown. And the future work is to evaluate thermal and electricity consumption of the upscale technology, going to large systems, 30, 40 cubic meters per day. These are trains, these are modular technology. So this would be equivalent of the minimum size of a train in an industrial plant, like Arrow plants, they have Arrow trains. So this unit would be equivalent to that. And we need to optimize the coupling with solar thermal energy, not only stationary solar heat collectors with heat storage, but also coupled with CSP. Unfortunately, we could not get a European project to do so, but we will keep trying for options to evaluate this in a real case scenario. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Guillermo, for your very inspiring presentation, very clarifying as well. Is there any question from the audience to Guillermo?
That means that it was not that clear.
You know, it was very clear, actually.
Or maybe too clear.
I've got a question for you. Where do you see the best case scenario to start seeing these AMD-based systems running?
Well, for seawater, we saw that it can be competitive with RO, but let's face it, RO is cheaper, and electricity is mostly available. So I think that membrane distillation, the market niche at the moment, is for brine concentration. So coupled to RO plants. Okay, we have the challenge of the solar energy required. So we need to find RO plants that have the availability of space for a solar thermal field, or that have another source of heat available. And that can happen in the Gulf, where RO plants are typically linked to power plants, and there's plenty of waste heat in power plants. We had one in Almeria. We had one in Almeria, but unfortunately they closed down the power plant. So now the RO, because it was a coal-powered power plant, and the RO was linked to that in Carboneras, but now the RO is standalone. It doesn't have the waste heat nearby.
Sounds very attractive. Let's see how it goes in coming years.
And of course, in the small scale, there's no worries, because in small scale, a solar plant is quite feasible. And small scale applications are typically inland. There's plenty of space, and actually thermal desalination is required because you need to have zero liquid discharge, because there's no means of disposing the brine.
Yeah, actually, this open new opportunities around brine management as well, not only desalination. Yeah. It sounds great. Okay, thank you, Guillermo. It's time to continue the session. Thank you very much again.
You're welcome.
Dr. Marius Georgiou, he is the head of Proteas Facility Operations and Energy, Environment and Water Research of the Cyprus Institute, one of the core members of the Energy and Renewable Group for the last 10 years. He's been working also as postdoc research at the Cyprus Institute for some years before, working on the characterization of novel storage receivers, energy recovery and harvesting from CSP plants, and coupling the CSP cycle to thermal desalination. He's a bachelor and master diploma degree in physics as well, like Guillermo, from the National Kapodristian University of Athens in Greece. PhD in environmental and atmospheric science from the Cyprus Institute. Now, Marius is participating in several conferences, and he is also teaching and mentoring experiences, and also has participated in a design of European research projects. So thank you very much, Marius, for participating. Yours is yours.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Guillermo, for the really nice presentation. And you have touched some things that I could carry on later on. So in this presentation, I'll mainly talk about thermal desalination, the options, and I'll focus in multiple effect distillation. That is what we are currently working on at the Cyprus Institute for the last 15 years. But starting with the presentation, an outline, first of all, an overview of the desalination status. What's the current status? What are the challenges, and which opportunities arise through those challenges? Guillermo has already mentioned several of them, therefore it's nice that I'll keep from that point on. And I will move to the Cyprus Institute Desalination Research Program. It's been a decade since this program was initiated in 2010. Basically, currently we have two facilities that we are dealing with thermal desalination. One is the Athalassa's Multiple Effect Distillation Laboratory, and the biggest one is the Proteas Solar Power Desalination Unit, which you will see right now in how it's also expanded into a polygeneration system using hybrid, both multiple effect distillation, but also forward osmosis desalination units. So regarding desalination, it's been well known and it's been highlighted in this conference since day one that we are facing water scarcity issues in several regions. And as it has been defined by UN Food and Agriculture Organization, with a limit below 1,000 cubic meters per capita per year, an area is supposed to have water scarcity. As shown in the graphite on the right side of the figure, you can see that the light blue and the blue are the countries that have enough water, while the orange and yellow are the countries that they are facing water scarcity issues. Unfortunately, we cannot zoom into Cyprus, which is a minor dot somewhere in this map, but we can see that most of the MENA region are facing water scarcity, and this was reported since 1995. Now, if we move to 2007, you can see that the orange color has increased into the map, so as the light yellow color, indicating that more countries are facing the water scarcity. And if we go to the predictions for 2025, it is obvious that more and more countries will be facing water scarcity. Having the additional pressure from the climate change and the increase of the population, water desalination is something that it's a must. Therefore, we can see how much desalination is produced, and actually it takes in worldwide. You can see that we classify the desalination by the feed water type. So we desalinate using seawater, brackish water, river water, wastewater. And the purpose that is used for, it is used for municipal, industry, irrigation, and power. What is really impressive is that about 1/3 of the total installed capacity is in the Middle East and the Gulf region. And as it's shown in the graph, there are several technologies, RO, MED, MSF, ED, and there's a variety of capacities of those plants. There are really small plants, but there are also really big plants. So currently we have about more than 15,000 of installed desalination plants worldwide that they produce about 1,100 million cubic meters per day. It is shown that within the last 20-25 years, there is an exponential growth of desalination plants, and this, of course, has to do with the increased demand in water. The most dominant technologies that are currently used is reverse osmosis, which is a mechanical and electrical driven process, multi-stage flash, multiple effect distillation, and dialysis. Out of these 100 million cubic meters produced per day, about 70% is produced by reverse osmosis. But what are the variety of desalination technologies? There are several desalination technologies that basically they can be defined based on the primary energy, on the separation process, whether they are chemical or whether they're electrical. So we can see that, for instance, Guillermo was mentioning about membrane distillation, and which is a membrane process. I will refer more into multiple effect distillation, that is a thermal desalination process. The desalination also has to do with the TRL level, which is a technological readiness level that has to do with the maturity, the energy consumption, the performance ratio, or the GOR, as mentioned already, the capacity and the scale up, and also the recovery ratio. The difficult question, though, is how you choose the desalination technology, and which desalination technology is the most prominent for a specific region. In order to choose one, according to this diagram, you have to take into consideration some important factors like the water type, the capacity, the product water quality, but also it needs to be also taken into consideration the post-treatment and the pre-treatment methods, as they require energy, and the initial energy that will be used for the desalination process. Well, having desalination creates a lot of challenges as well, especially due to the primary energy consumption. Almost all of the biggest plants that producing desalination are burning fossil fuels for the electricity production. Therefore, desalination is playing an important role in the greenhouse and in the GHG emissions worldwide. At the same time, there is the brine disposal issue. There's environmental aspect because large volumes of brine are disposed. I'll just briefly say that about 50% of the global brine disposal takes place in the Gulf region, and they have high TDS and high degree of hardness. And also the brine that is disposed, it contains chemical from the pre-treatment units. Therefore, we know that desalination is producing water, but at the same time, there are some changes and challenges that we have to face. And also there are the technological issues and limitations. like the corrosion, scaling and fouling problems, osmotic pressure regarding the membranes of the reverse osmosis, and about the thermal desalination process, the top brine temperature. Well, out of these challenges, there arise opportunities. And as it is shown in this figure, within the last 5 years or 10 years, the number of scientific publications regarding the emerging technologies have been rising exponentially, which this indicates that more and more people are trying to find the solution and alternative ways about being able to produce desalinated water or water without having so much environmental impact. The most promising emerging technologies, as mentioned in this plot, is the nanofiltration, the forward osmosis, and the membrane distillation. So the hybrid desalination is one of the factors that can also play a major role to these emerging technologies. The second opportunities that arise have to do with the technology that we use for powering up these desalination units. So we want, and as mentioned already, PVRO is one of the most well-known processes used so far for producing renewable desalination. But there are also alternatives processes that arise through these challenges. So it's wind arrow, it's solar thermal MED, it's CSP plus desalination, and it's also hybrid renewable desalination plants. Taking all into consideration all these opportunities and challenges, at the Cyprus Institute, we have initiated 10 years ago a program about thermal desalination that mainly focuses in multiple effect distillation. And this was initiated by the construction of the Athalassa's multiple effect desalination laboratory. It's a laboratory that it's a fully instrumented and operational since 2010. The major areas of research that we have been studying is the multiple effect desalination configurations. There are 3 types or 4 types of major configurations: the parallel, the forward, the backward, and the mixed configurations. And we have been doing research on this topic. We have also been doing research in plate heat exchangers compared to the tube and shell, which are the most well-known heat exchangers. And in order to do so, we have to evaluate the heat transfer coefficient. And we have been also doing modeling and trying a variety of operating conditions in order to check several parameters like fouling and scaling. What we have in this laboratory is a 4-effect multiple effect distillation unit using forward feed configuration. As shown in the schematic, we are using also plate heat exchangers. The input load that we have been testing so far, varies between 4 and 10 kilowatt thermal, and the product, it varies also from 1 to 2 cubic meters of distilled product per day. This work has been already published in several papers, and we have seen that, as Guillermo was mentioning earlier, GOR, or performance ratio, it plays an important role. So we have been testing effect by effect to check how this performance is actually affected. And as you can see in the figures, in the first figure from the left, we can see how the performance of the single effect unit varies based on the input power. Then we can see, based on the modifications that we have done in the second figure, how the performance ratio gets a smoother operation and best results with this modification that we have done. Then how this performance actually increased as we keep on adding effects, and at the end, how much the specific energy demand of the unit drops as we keep on adding effects due to the additional extracted heat. The modeling capabilities that we have also been implementing, it has to do with the control volume model of heat exchangers. These allow us to model forward and backward feed configurations, validate the experimental data against the model predictions, also have the transient MED operation, which is something that it's really needable in case when we're talking about CSP and desalination operation, and also try to extend the state of the art using plate heat exchangers and operational strategies. Then in 5 years later, in 2015, we have the inauguration of the Proteas facility. Proteas is the biggest research infrastructure of the island, and it's one of the where we have our biggest solar facility of the Cyprus. It's consistent of solar tower technology using a heliostat field of 150 kilowatt thermal power, a receiver that was designed and developed by the Cyprus Institute, molten salt as storage, and we also have a small turbine ranking cycle, 10 kilowatt thermal MED unit, and also photovoltaics. So the Proteas has the privilege to be located, as you can see from the photo, really next to the sea. It's about less than 100 meters from the sea, and this gives us the tremendous advantage to be able to extract seawater and actually running our MED technology using real seawater. So the concept was basically developed through the CSP4Climate, which stands for Cogeneration of Electricity and Desalination of Seawater, and it was focused on the efficient combination of CSP plus desalination, the operating conditions of the steam loop for the efficient combination, and validating the performance of varying conditions. This is how the coupling of the steam loop goes through the steam turbine to the MED unit. And following this configuration, we have been also trying to extract heat from several components of our facility in order to be able to use this additional heat for running the desalination unit. Therefore, as you can see in this plot, we have been harvesting heat from two parts of our receiver, from the cavity and from the cone, using air and hot water. And we have been also using the output of the turbine and through the ranking cycle condenser. Now, the Proteas has been also modified in order to be able not to be just a CSP4Climate concept, but also a polygeneration using hybrid desalination units, including forward osmosis. Therefore,
just 1 minute, please.
Okay, thanks. Therefore, since the end of this year, we have also implemented a forward osmosis unit that is also coupled to our CSP plant in order to study partial load operation, zero liquid discharge, air, water, steam, waste heat supplied to forward osmosis, and also new heat exchangers like polymeric. So the concept has been modified from the initial concept to this concept. And also we have an industrial partner that is called Trevi, with whom we are doing actually the work on the forward osmosis. You can see from the pictures, there are the two containers next to the solar tower where we have the equipment inside and the forward osmosis process. So the process is the water that goes through the membrane, and through the waste heat from the plant, we can have the product water. So to finalize, this is how the Proteas polygeneration plant looks like, where we are currently have the implementation of additional photovoltaics and wind power, along with some solar stirling dishes, in order to store heat, but at the same time to produce electricity and heat to run both the MED and the forward osmosis, either as individuals, but also in parallel for zero liquid discharge research. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Marius, for showing all of your facilities and the work done from the Cyprus in these 10 years. Thank you. We've got time just for a quick question. Sorry, Marius, but I've got one for you. After 3 years and after the news that we received in 2017, it was a shock in the water sector when the CEO from Trevi Systems said that the energy consumption in Abu Dhabi was 1.3, 1.4 kilowatts hour per cubic meter. Can you confirm that value after your work in Cyprus Institute?
Well, the work with the Trevi is actually quite new. The forward osmosis has just been implemented at the Cyprus Institute. Therefore, I cannot confirm or reject any of what John's saying. But hopefully, within the following months after the operation of the forward osmosis here with our plant and in our unit, I will be able to give this verification or not.
But
Okay,
Victor,
we will follow you or even visit you. If
Victor, more
COVID
impressive
allows.
than that was the low thermal energy consumption. The electrical consumption might be credible because it's just pumps, but the thermal energy consumption was very, very small, and that's something that they can certainly check in Cyprus.
Indeed, I mean, we have the graphs and we have what has been reported, and it's really challenging. And I mean, as it has been already mentioned, from my point of view, and I think that goes for others as well, forward osmosis and MD are the most promising desalination processes. It seems like our industrial partner claims to have the lowest thermal and electrical consumption. Let's see how it works. I hope it's true. I mean, the unit is here. Let's find out.
Yeah, absolutely promising. Okay, thank you again, Marius, for your very nice presentation. Okay, it's time for the last presentation with Dr. Engineer Rainer Buch. He is a mechanical engineer. He received his PhD in 20 from the University of Stuttgart on mass flow instabilities in volumetric receiver reactors. His work with DLR since 1986 on different solar thermal technologies with a special focus on solar tower systems. Since 2011, he's leading the Department Point Focusing Systems, it's called, within the DLR Institute of Solar Research, which in 2020 actually became the Department of Solar High Temperature Technology. His expertise is on solar thermal systems, including receivers, heliostats, and simulation tools. And actually, I'd like to highlight that he developed several simulation tools for solar power systems, ray tracing tools, heliostat fields, well, etc. And he has also some experience in testing of receivers and innovative concentrators. He's also participating and leading national and international collaboration projects on CSP. Thank you very much, Rainer, for participating. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me. I will take you now to the topic of high temperature particle technology for heat and power applications. And the first question is, why do we use solar particles and solar particle systems? Compared to the state of the art, there are some significant advantages. Particles, solid particles, they do not freeze. They do not overheat, at least to very high temperatures. That means in the range that we intend to operate, they do not overheat, are not destroyed. This means the complete system is less complex, for example, than a molten salt or an oil system. Then, due to these characteristics, we can use a very high temperature spread in the system, which means that the storage capacity can be more than 2 times higher and about 50% cheaper than state-of-the-art technology. On the right diagram, you see the comparison between solar salt in a parabolic trough, which means from 290 to 390 centigrades, or the standard in solar tower technology is solar salt from 290 centigrades to 565 centigrades. And with particles operated in the temperature range from 300 to 1000 centigrades, you see it's about 2.5 times the relative storage density than the solar salt system in tower applications. And since the storage system can be significantly cheaper with this type of technology, this results also in a significant overall cost reduction. We get also benefits from reduction in the heat exchanger size, for example, and in the transport capabilities, because we have less mass flow and we have a higher driving temperature difference. Now, the particles that we use are currently bauxite particles in the range from 0.0 to approximately 1 millimeter diameter, quite spherical particles, which are manufactured in very huge quantities, for example, for fracking industry. I will first talk on an ongoing project called HyFlex, High Storage Density Solar Power Plant for Flexible Energy Systems. And this includes a demonstration of a complete pre-commercial flexible CSP prototype plant based on these solid particles as storage and heat transfer medium. And the system will be integrated into an existing pasta plant in Foggia, Italy. That's a pasta plant of the well-known company Barilla. And the system, the solar tower system, basically operates like any solar tower system. We have a cold storage, in this case a cold particle storage. We have a solid transport system for the particles. They're transported up to the receiver where they are heated up to temperatures of 800 centigrades, 900 centigrades, 1000 centigrades. This depends on the system optimization. And then they are fed into a hot particle storage. And when the energy is needed, it is provided through a steam generator to a steam turbine. That's at least for a complete power plant the case. In the high-plex systems, we do not use the steam turbine because the system is too small to operate such a system cost effectively. We have several partners. Most important are Kinetics Technology, which is acting as coordinator. Then we have Sugimat, together with John Cockerill, providing the steam generator. Haley Heat, this is a spin-off company of DLR, which is providing the receiver together with DLR. We have the company Barilla as the end user, Techfin as the heliostat manufacturer, and some others which are working on different aspects of the project. It's a EC-funded, co-funded project, and it started September last year. The objectives of the project are to build a 20 megawatt-hour thermal particle storage with 2.5 times higher storage density and 50% lower energy storage cost compared to molten salt, state-of-the-art technology. It will use approximately 6,000 square meters of heliostat field, and the particle receiver will be with a nominal capacity of 2.5 megawatt thermal. We will also develop a particle-to-steam generator for demonstrating 620 centigrade steam, the power level of 800 kilowatt. The main goal is to demonstrate that we are capable with this system to feed steam with very advanced steam parameters, which are representative for most modern steam cycles. So that we can combine after upscaling with such advanced steam cycles. In addition, we will apply electric and fuel-based particle heaters as backup and as storage capabilities in case there is excess electricity from PV or from wind to demonstrate this capacity as well. In the course of the project, we will develop the component and system models for the performance and the cost prediction. And in the end, the water or the produced steam will be used to provide pressurized water at 135 degrees to the pasta factory for drying the pasta. So it will be used as process heat since we do not build steam cycle at this small power level. This is an overview of the system. As already mentioned, I already mentioned also that we can introduce electricity from wind energy and from photovoltaics using electrical heaters, and also heat the particles to 1000 centigrades, feed them into the high temperature, the hot storage, and the rest is just the same as with solar heating. On the right side, you see the working principle of the receiver. We use the direct absorption concept. That means the particles are directly heated from the incident concentrated solar radiation. We do not use any conductions through any metallic materials like in standard receiver technology. For this reason, we can also build relatively inexpensive receivers since the use of highly expensive materials is significantly reduced. And from the appropriate setting of the rotational speed, we can adjust the film which is generated along the wall from the centrifugal forces. And we are able to maintain a quite thin ceramic particle film, which helps us to avoid over temperatures and allows us to achieve very high efficiencies. Here you see the receiver that we have already tested in our solar test facility in Jülich. Here you see a man which is doing the integration, so you can imagine the size of the unit. And with this receiver, we ran several tests in the solar tower, and we were able to demonstrate operation up to 965 centigrades. And on the right side, you see an image, an infrared image taken during operation, and you see on the inside, the temperature is very homogeneous. This is a consequence of the rotation of the particles through the different regions of inhomogeneous flux distribution in the cavity. But from the rotation, we get a very homogeneous flux distribution, temperature distribution. A few words to the steam generator. We use a moving bed steam generator, which is basically a bed of tube bundle heat exchanger, and the hot particles are moving slowly by gravity through the heat exchanger, and by doing this they heat the tubes and they produce the steam. And we have done a lot of evaluation and modeling of those systems. You see some pictures on the right, also the comparison between experiments and simulations. And based on this, John Cockerill is developing or is making the commercial design, which is then produced by Sugumat in Spain. The location of the plant is in Foggia, which is more or less east of Rome, so in the sunny part of Italy, in the southern part. And we expect to start installation of the facility later next year. Another project deals with the high temperature process heat introduction into a chemical process. Here the manganese alloy production, and it's aiming at the reduced CO2 emissions and production and consumption of electrical energy in the production of manganese alloys. And there are several ways under consideration in this project. The project itself is once again EC co-funded project, and the three ways which are followed in the project cover the use of a carbon monoxide-rich off-gas to reduce the CO2 emissions and the electricity production. Second path is to use biocarbon materials instead of coke. And the third way is to use solar thermal process heat. All paths are introduced into the pre-treatment of the manganese ore, which means in the real reduction step, less energy is used, is necessary to do the final reduction to manganese. In this project, with respect to the solar thermal technology path, there are two pilot facilities operated. DLR part is to operate in our solar tower a solar thermal test plant with thermal storage for continuous production of hot air at 800 centigrades produced from solar heated particles. And this will then be used in the test facility only just for demonstration. But the second plant, which is a solar thermal plant to preheat manganese ores with hot air continuously at 800 centigrades, that means we will demonstrate in the first plant in Germany at the DLR facility that we can produce and provide continuously the 800 centigrades up to 24 hours. And the second part will demonstrate that with 800 centigrades hot air, this pre-reduction step can be successfully and in a commercially suitable way used for the pre-reduction of the manganese ores.
Sorry, Rainer, one minute left.
Yeah. We also have done a case study for a manganese sinter plant in Northern Cape in South Africa, where currently they use diesel fuel to sinter the fine ores so that are suitable for entering the real reduction process. And they are currently using a return air loop before they enter the burner at 350 centigrades. And the new concept now is to take this return air and heat it with solar heated particles up to, let's say, 800 centigrades, possibly even more. And by this, we significantly can reduce the used diesel fuel in this process. And since the facility is located somewhere out in the desert, the transportation or the diesel fuel in this place is quite expensive. And to produce solar heat with such a particle technology facility is significantly cheaper. And if the company decides to build such a plant, we expect that they can count on a payback period of approximately 6 years. Another advantage of these systems is the scalability and the transport options. We are planning for modular systems. That means we can scale up to very large power levels, whatever is necessary. And the other option is we plan to transport the hot particles in insulated containers. Here's an example from alumina production or from metal production, but you can in a similar way do it for the particles. And this gives another opportunity because when we do this, we can transport the particles either to a central power station, or we can transport it to single or multiple use locations in process heat applications. And in addition to that, it allows the placement of the solar system in a certain distance from the user. And this distance can be up to several kilometers. So if a process heat user does not have space directly beside the facility, there is an option to use this system and build it somewhere a few kilometers away. And this will still be acceptable from the cost increase by doing this. So thank you for your attention, and we are ready for any questions now.
Thank you very much, Rainer, to show us these handful case studies of the application of CSP and these innovations. So now it's time for the panel discussion. We have 3 minutes for that. We open mics for the audience. If there are questions, I double check that the attendees, we've got people from the water sector as well, probably they've got questions. Maybe I can try to be the pioneer with the questions. I don't want to be the pessimistic today, but in the previous session, Stephen Griffiths presented today the electricity price in the GCC. It's between 13, the lowest, up to $160 per megawatt hour. How we can compete with thermal processes for desalination, having these prices in GCC coupled to RO? This is an open question for all of you 3 panelists. Open your mic, Guillermo.
Guillermo, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that according to the European Commission, that's with supercritical CO2.
Yeah.
So let's see. They promised, I think, 9 cents per kilowatt hour.
This is one option.
You were referring to PV electricity cost, right?
No, CSP with no, sorry.
No, but
forget
Victor.
about the figure I said. Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to mean is the electricity from PV. Yeah. Price.
Well,
And
of
Guillermo
course.
is mentioning the coming European project to demonstrate how CSP can be coupled to desalination and be competitive in the GCC.
Well, maybe one comment which is not related to desalination, but to process heat and power from CSP. When we look into process heat application, we have the benefit that we do not have the efficiency loss in the power cycle, and we do not need the cost of the power cycle. So for this, we think we are quite well positioned from the cost of heat compared to what is possible even in several years into the future with PV systems or with wind systems. And this is why we think process heat, solar process heat, either low, mid, or high temperature, still has a higher chance for being competitive against other renewable solutions.
Thank you. Marius, something to add?
Well, basically, I was about to say, okay, I mean, obviously comparing solar thermal or whatever with PVRO, it's something that is challenging, and okay, prices will go down, but also it's a matter of, as Guillermo was saying, having a technology that can operate on and off, or having to oversize the PV field in order to be able to run the desalination unit. You will need storage, which will be batteries in terms of PV. Therefore, you're getting into another whole philosophy that needs to be taken as a holistic approach, and not just saying that, okay, PV can produce 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, therefore PVRO would be always the cheapest way, or comparing to whatever. Therefore, yeah, I also believe that we can also get the extracted heat. It's something that we have also been doing research on it, how we can capture heat, and also using ODAK in order to drive these thermal desalination units that they require thermal input. Therefore, I don't want to be pessimistic. I feel like, I mean, there is work to be done, and it's up to our hands to see how we will be able to tackle these challenges that they are coming.
Mm-hmm. Guillermo, any last remark?
Yeah, I agree with Marius. It's not only the cost, but there are other values.
Absolutely.
And
So, well,
Victor,
thank you very
last
much.
point,
Yes. Sorry.
I mean, especially in the Gulf region, I mean, now they are implementing new policies about brine management and brine disposal. Therefore, I mean, we know that 50% of the worldwide brine goes there, but they cannot afford anymore. The new policies are getting stricter because they have really high salinity, high hardnesses. Therefore, zero liquid discharge will eventually have to get into the game. And this also will change the balances, as RO having double RO will be facing more issues in terms of the membranes. Therefore, they will need most probably another technology. I don't know, it's going to be MED, MD, FO for post-treatment. So I think there's still a lot of progress to be done in research, but before saying that, okay, PVRO or cheap solar thermal is done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have identified this market niche in your presentations. It's very nice to share this time with you, very proactive people, for common solutions. Just to close the session, again, we would like to congratulate the organizers. I would like also to mention the IDA is very happy to endorse this event from the R&D committee. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will be starting the session 3 of day 3. Under the title, The Challenge is an
Those are suffering from a poor internet connection.
Theodoros, the floor is yours to talk about pathways to net zero of Cyprus energy system to 2050.
Thank you, Dr. Bouzekri. In one moment, let me share my screen.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hope you can see my presentation well now.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So, good afternoon. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the Energy Planning and Analysis Group at the Cyprus Institute. And today I will be talking about pathways to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 for the Cypriot energy system. This work is part of it builds on previous, and it's part of ongoing research activities to support the local authorities in their long-term energy planning efforts. So let me start with explaining briefly the necessity for this analysis. In this figure, we see the outlook for greenhouse gas emissions in sectors that are not part of the emission trading system in Cyprus. So this means that it refers to sectors such as residential, commercial, transport sector, agriculture, as well as industry, which has very low energy intensity. The purple bars indicate what the emission trajectory should be for Cyprus in order to achieve a 24% decrease in emissions by 2030 as compared to 2005 levels. The red line shows the expected trajectory based on the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus for a scenario with existing measures, while the green and blue dotted lines indicate two variations of the scenario with additional planned policies and measures. So as we can see, there's a mitigation gap, an emission mitigation gap that's needed to actually fulfill targets and obligations of Cyprus by 2030. So considering the low ambition of the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus, as well as the fact that the EU has revised its 2030 targets to become even stricter, which means that the emission mitigation gap will further increase. And considering that the EU Green Deal long-term targets is to reach net zero by 2050, the necessity of the analysis emerges. So in order to conform with global climate goals as pertains to the Paris Agreement, If we look at the IPCC's global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius report, which was released a couple of years ago, we can see that in order to limit the global warming increase to 2 degrees, the global system should reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2070. While if we want to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees, the net zero greenhouse gas emissions should reach net zero by 2050. So in this case, today I will be presenting a scenario which considers net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 for the Cyprus energy system, and is also in line with the stricter EU medium-term goals for 2030. The analysis is conducted in the open source energy modeling system, abbreviated as OSMOSIS. This is a long-term cost optimization model with high level of technological detail. Osmosis is demand-driven, which means that an externally defined demand has to be met. And since this is a cost optimization model, this demand has to be met at the lowest possible cost. So the choice of technologies and the level of operation of each of these technologies and the associated energy mix is based on the techno-economic data and assumptions that are inserted in the model. For example, the fuel costs that we consider, the technology costs, resource availability, or various targets such as emission limits or renewable energy targets. So this model was used in the submission of the National Energy and Climate Plan of Cyprus. However, in order to be able to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, we had to expand the list of possible technology options. So what we did after a thorough literature review, we added additional renewable energy technologies beyond what was included in the plan of Cyprus. In essence, this only means that the only renewable energy technology that was missing was offshore wind. Additionally, we added hydrogen energy supply chains, for which I will show in more detail in the next slide. We added the option of carbon capture and storage at the point of combustion. This means that since Cyprus is planning to start generating electricity with natural gas, shifting away from oil products, we added the possibility of natural gas fire generation with CCS, while we also allowed for hydrogen production with steam methane reforming, again combined with carbon capture and storage. We also allowed in the scenario for the use of natural carbon sinks. In essence, this means reforestation or afforestation. And this is also in line with government plans to plant trees along main interurban and intra-urban roads. And finally, we also gave the small flexibility to the model for statistical transfer of greenhouse gas emissions. What this means is basically the scenario was allowed to emit carbon dioxide, but with a penalty that would reach 200 euros per ton of carbon dioxide by 2050. So it was a quite heavy, quite expensive option. So in terms of hydrogen energy chains that we considered in the developed scenario, we allowed the model to produce hydrogen through steam methane reforming using natural gas, or through electrolysis, so using electricity to produce again hydrogen, which is then compressed and stored. Then hydrogen has the option of either being fired in a combined cycle gas turbine, and we gave the possibility to the model to develop relatively small combined cycle gas turbines of 50 megawatts in order to generate again electricity, or to use hydrogen to power vehicles in the road transport sector. Since at the moment the model is still under development, the heating and cooling sector is still missing. So aspects relating to use of hydrogen for industrial heat purposes or for in fuel cells in buildings for heating purposes has not yet been considered. So now moving on to scenario results. In this slide, we look at the outlook for electricity generation for the period between 2021 to 2050. In the first decade, we see that fossil-fired generation dominates, indicated by the shades of brown for oil products and gray for natural gas-fired generation. At the same time, solar PV, indicated by the yellow color, starts to increase over time. But after 2030, we see that fossil-fired generation starts reducing. And this gap is, in the first years, is taken up by solar PV generation, either centralized or decentralized. But as variable renewable generation, such as solar PV, is highly intermittent, there's a need for dispatchable generation technologies. And this is where solar thermal coupled with storage comes into the picture. So after 2033 or so, solar thermal with storage increases considerably and reaches up to 71% of the total generation by 2050. And it's also important to mention here that the total electricity demand over this entire horizon more than doubles. And I'll explain in a bit the reason for this. So considering the considerable renewable energy technology deployment and the increase in electricity demand, there is an impact on electricity cost. In this figure, the axis on the left shows the cost breakdown by system component, indicated by the stacked bars, while the axis on the right indicates the average electricity cost, indicated by the blue line. So whereas in 2020, the biggest system cost component is a variable cost relating to imported fuel cost, this is largely overtaking over time as investments in infrastructure, mainly renewable energy technologies as well as storage technologies, increase over time. And it's worth noting that the average electricity cost increases from about 112 euros per megawatt hour to 13 euros per from 112 euros per megawatt hour in 2020 to 130 euros per megawatt hour by 2040, and remains relatively stable for the last decade.
Dr. Taliotis, 3 minutes to wrap up, please.
Yes, I'm reaching the end. So despite the considerable increase in electricity cost, there are fuel cost savings that can be expected in the road transport sector. Here we can see that the conventional internal combustion engine vehicles, indicated by the black color, decrease over time and are overtaken by electric vehicles, indicated by the shades of green and shades of brown. While there's also, in the last few years, we can see that hydrogen fuel cell vehicles come into the picture. And this is when the net zero emission limit is enforced. So continuing with hydrogen, we see that hydrogen is solely produced by electrolysis and is used in the first years in the road transport sector, but in the last year, when there's zero emission limit, It is also used for electricity generation. However, there's also some need for the flexibility mechanisms of afforestation or reforestation, as well as statistical transfer, even though this is not a very high amount. So the amount of flexibility needed in 2050 corresponds to about 3.2% of the total energy-related emissions in 2018. So to conclude, based on the preliminary results of our analysis, we can see that solar technologies can drive the energy transition in Cyprus. The transport sector shifts to primarily electric vehicles powered by renewable electricity. However, hydrogen has an important role to play, as we see in the last few years. And this can be potentially enhanced once we include all the other sectors in the heating and cooling sector. So if we consider the necessity for high-grade heat in industry, for instance, hydrogen can play an important role there. And as I mentioned, the last mile is the hardest, as flexibility is needed in the final years to conform with the net zero emission limit. So to end, I just want to mention that this is still work in progress, and we are developing more scenarios and adding more sectors into the model as time goes by. And I welcome any potential questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Theodoros, for this comprehensive and forward-looking presentation. I do not see any immediate questions on the chat. I would like to then move on to the next speaker, Dr. Nestor Phylaktos. Dr. Phylaktos is an associate research scientist at the Cyprus Institute. He holds a PhD from Imperial College London on material modeling and social economic impact of renewable energy in isolated communities. His research interests extend to the decarbonization of the economy, the technical and economic aspects of new energy systems, and energy futures and modeling of the Mediterranean and EU regions. He has recently worked on projects of renewable energy, CSP in particular, the modeling of national energy system, the impact assessment of energy policies, and technological pathways toward net zero carbon emissions. Dr. Phylaktos, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Hello for me. First of all, a question. I take it that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. So this presentation concerns a project. Well, it's actually not actually a project. It's an initiative, it's an activity that is a network of experts that we have been involved in with the Cyprus Institute for years now. I present this on behalf of both myself and the previous speaker, because against both of us have actually been involved in that, but it's not just the two of us that have been working on it. So MEDIC is kind of an ambitious project. It's an independent network of experts tasked with an ambition to develop a scientifically robust assessment of the Mediterranean basin and all the risks associated with climate change, based on published research. So it doesn't produce its own original research, but it's based on work that has been done concerning this issue for the Mediterranean basin. It was a regional science policy interface on climate and environmental change. And there's more than 700 scientists that took part in it in 35 countries along the Mediterranean rim. It's also linked with other initiatives, and most importantly with the IPCC. It has been, there was a special report in the October 2018 report by the IPCC about the 1.5 degrees warming, but also the ocean cryosphere, and the later one for land in August 2019. There will be a cross-chapter paper dedicated to the basin in the upcoming 6th IPCC assessment report, which is now, as you know, in the progress of being prepared. Also, the unit map correlative climate change chapter in the 2019 State of the Environment, and also by the unit for the Mediterranean Climate Change Energy Expert Group, which was established in 2014. So it's a well connected, let's say, initiative, and it models its activities after the IPCC model. Now, I won't be presenting everything that the report has, but I will focus mostly on the energy part. This has been the initial output from the project, let's call it the project, a few years ago, on the risks for the Mediterranean. 2 publications, a paper on climate change and risks, and a report on a similar topic, which was presented in COP24 in Khalifa. The initiative itself was launched in 2015, and it went through all these phases, iterations, let's say, of improved polish and data. We have worked, if my memory serves me correctly, intensively on that about a year and a half ago. So the coordinating team has been finalizing it, and eventually the release of the full report at MED 2020 of the MEDIC project happened in 17th of November 2018, actually exactly a month ago from today. And you can actually download and access the report on the MEDIC website. It's a 550 pages report, if I recall. There was, so yeah, you can see that here's 500 pages plus 30 pages for summary of policymakers. You can see actually the breakdown of countries, scientists from 20 different countries took part in it. 38% of those from the south and the eastern Mediterranean. And we're proud to say that 44% lead authors are women. It went through a transparent review by scientific experts and stakeholders and policymakers. So it was quite an involved process of bringing all those people together. The report itself has 5 main chapters: the drivers of change, resources, ecosystems, society, and risk management and resilience. Within the drivers of change, we have had 3 colleagues from the Cyprus Institute that actually contributed. Professor Manfred Lange, Dr. Zitis, and Professor Haji Nicolau from the side of the climate science. Myself and Convergence of Contexts, as I just said, contributed in the energy transition in the MED chapter in the resources section. But also it contains information about the Mediterranean, marine and coastal ecosystems, terrestrial risks, development of society, health, human security, droughts, wildfires, heat waves, flooding, etc. So it's very comprehensive. Now, we will. The first chapter is an overview of climate risks. I won't go into detail about these. On the first day of the conference, we heard a lot about this, about temperature and precipitation and sea level rise for the region, and how much of a hotspot the Mediterranean is concerning climate change. But on the energy side, we have had some interesting and nice results in the report. We can see that the primary energy production in between 1995 and 2016, on the left-hand side here, it's the size of the pie charts corresponds to absolute values based on IEA data. There are marked increases between 1995 and 2016, as you can see. There's plenty of oil production in the south and east countries of the region, and fossil fuels obviously dominate. The green parts of the pie charts denote nuclear and renewables, which are combined. On the consumption side, oil products are usually mostly transportation and are still playing an important role. And also note the almost total absence of green slices in the countries of the southern Mediterranean. This is a chart of the primary energy production for the MED for years 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2016. As you can see, transport energy use is steadily growing from 1990 to 2016. The industry's use is falling with a concurrent rise in commercial and public services. This is mainly due to the transformation of economies more towards service-based economies. This is a comprehensive chart of trying to illustrate these changes. Note that the distinction between North and South between 2015 and 2040, there is, well, they move in opposite directions, basically, in terms of population, energy demand, and emissions. The population, for example, will not change much in the north of the Mediterranean, but it will raise by about 43% in the south. These are projections by a relatively recent publication by OME in 2018. The energy demand will even be worse. A 9% and projected reduction in the north will be accompanied by a 118% increase in the south. And obviously, you can understand what this means for emissions. So, the Mediterranean is very diverse. We have two, let's say, diverging trends. In the European context, the European countries were actually using the RCP 8.5, which is the more pessimistic scenario of the IPCC scenarios. We'll see a reduction in peak losses due to warming, so that you can actually see the countries of the Scandinavian countries in green. But the opposite, much stronger effect will be seen in the south, with heating days increasing and the cooling needs expanding. Now, the climate change effect on energy resources, taking it from the top left, wind power's potential will be slightly decreased by a fraction. This is what the modeling of this publication shows, which is all summarized in the MEDIC report. Solar PV will be negatively impacted by high temperatures and increased aerosol concentration. CSP will marginally benefit according to that analysis. Hydropower will be generally decreased due to the reduction of availability in fresh water, and the effect of thermoelectric processes will be heavily impacted by high water temperatures, which decrease the efficiency of these processes, and of course water availability, which is a big issue in these areas. Now, this is a scenario for, it's an illustration of scenarios for 2040, not 2050, as Constantine was showing earlier for Cyprus, but it's just for the whole of the Mediterranean to 2040. It shows that there is a projection to increase the primary energy production from renewables, which is the green part of the bars here, for both scenarios. But of course, combination of deeper penetration of renewables energy efficiency can result in a much rosier picture in the last of those bars. Both of those last bars are concerning 2040, but the one on the right has more emphasis on deeper penetration of renewables energy efficiency. And this actually picture includes European countries, which now have a net zero to 2050 target, as you had seen again in the previous presentation. But this is not the case for all the countries of the Mediterranean. Countries of North Africa and the Asian countries still don't have such targets. So there is significant potential to mitigate climate change through accelerated energy transition. That's what the report found. And also what I just said previously, that the eastern and southern countries still lag behind these developments. So there is a need for enhanced regional energy market integration cooperation, which is crucial to enable cost-effective climate change mitigation. Now, overall, the report has found that water constraints due to climate change will be one of the major factors of the energy transition, especially for countries in the southern belt, the southern rim of the Mediterranean basin. There will be still some support mechanisms for renewables still required for them to play an important role, either financial, regulatory, or things like business models or campaigns for behavioral changes, which are starting. They're important in the European context of the conversation, but they are not still yet in some of the countries of the Mediterranean basin. In the MENA region especially, more profound transformation of the energy sector will be required. And I have to reference here the Cyprus Climate Initiative that Professor Zachariadis was presenting earlier in the beginning, the first part of today's schedule, which we, myself and Constantinos, the previous speaker, are both involved in. And market integration and international cooperation collaboration will be key to deeper and faster transformation. Closing, I'd like to mention that MEDIC has been basically awarded a prize, an award 3 days ago. We found out about it very recently. The jury of the North-South Prize of the Council of Europe had decided to award the 2020 prize for the International Commission Against the Death Penalty. That's one of the institutions. And the other one on the network of Mediterranean experts on climate and environmental change, MEDIC, what I'm presenting now, which we think is a great honor, and it's quite a distinction. Well, thank you very much. You can actually access the MEDIC website if you want, the link down on the bottom right. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Phylaktos, and congratulations on the prize. It's quite an achievement and recognition. I don't see any questions in the chat, so I would like to move on to our next speaker, Dr. Derek Baker, who will be talking about Turkey's approach to decarbonizing the energy sector a renewable energy perspective. Professor Derek Baker is affiliated with the CST Research Division of ODAK of Turkey's Solar Energy Center for Excellence in METU, GUNAM. And he is a full professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering of Middle East Technical University. He is contributing to 5 ongoing H2020 CST program, both as coordinator, institutional, and researcher. The programs are Solar Twins, GeoSmart, Sfera 3, Horizon STE, and InChip. He is Turkey's scientific contact for the EU Solaris European Research Infrastructure Consortium. Derek Baker received his PhD and master's in mechanical engineering from UT Austin in 2096, respectively, and bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Virginia Tech in 1992. Dr. Baker, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My introduction was maybe longer than my presentation. So can you confirm that you can see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes, we can both hear you and see your presentation. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Let me turn on my timer so I can time myself as I move forward. So thank you very much for the presentation, excuse me, for the invitation. December is my favorite month in Cyprus, and so I wish I was in Cyprus right now. My talk will have, I guess, 6 different sections. The first one will be context, where I talk about Turkey's greenhouse gas emissions and also our current energy mix. I'll then step through some of the core renewable energy technologies, geothermal, wind, first generally solar, and specifically PV. Then I'll move into my own area where I work as concentrating solar thermal, and then move into conclusions. So starting with the context, on the table on the right, in the far right-hand column, you have the greenhouse gas emissions for countries normalized by Cyprus at the bottom. And so we see that Turkey emits about 60 times the amount of greenhouse gases as Cyprus. On the next slide, I'll compare Turkey to Germany, and we see here that Turkey emits about half as much as Germany. And so the yellow are different countries in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East regions. And so if we're going to be addressing the energy transition in this region, obviously Turkey needs to play a key role in this because we're a major emitter of greenhouse gases. So Turkey and Germany have almost identical populations. And so I think within the past 1 or 2 years, Turkey's population has actually exceeded Germany's, but basically right now they both have about 83 million people. So very similar populations. The 2 plots I have, Turkey's on the left and Germany's on the right. I've scaled these so that we have this 500 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And to simplify these 2 plots, we can pick out some broad trend lines. We can come up with 2 kind of conclusions. And so although Turkey and Germany have about the same population, Turkey's greenhouse gas emissions are about half of Germany, as we said previously, but you see very, very different trends. And so I think, and much of my presentation, I think that kind of the conclusions that you draw maybe depends on how you want to look at this. On the one hand, the positive is that Turkey's greenhouse gas emissions per capita are maybe low relative to Germany, but the trend is not very good. And so the following 2 slides are taken from this reference that just came out 2 months ago or last month. And so this is for about 425 pages, lots and lots of work about Turkey's current energy status and outlooks. On the left-hand side, the first left bar is the current energy, or energy mix in 2018. And then we have 2 scenarios, the reference scenario and an alternative scenario on the right. And we can pull off some of the main themes from this. So from the brown bars down is the fossil fuel contributions to the primary energy mix. The red bars are the nuclear contribution. And so Turkey right now does not have any nuclear power plants. We are building nuclear power plants. These should come online in about 2023. And then the top green bars are the renewables. And so right now, Turkey's renewables contribute about 10% to Turkey's primary energy mix. Under both scenarios, this grows to about 25 to 35% for renewable energy, 7 to 12% to nuclear, while fossil fuels still contribute more than 50% in 2040. So for my own desk, I tend to look at the renewable energy sector and I see this growing very rapidly. It makes me feel good. But once in a while, I take a step back and look at this more global perspective where I also look at the fossil fuels and things maybe don't look as good. We can focus specifically on the electricity generation sector. And here we see the different technologies or energy sources on the right in much more detail. We have the same reference scenario and the alternative scenario. In this case, we see the nuclear energy is at the bottom. And then we have the fossil fuels. And then we have the growth of the different renewable energy technologies. And so I want to focus maybe on the growth. And so right now on the left-hand sidebar, you can see that the renewable energy is really dominated by hydro. But hydro actually maybe decreases slightly up until 2040. You see the growth in the wind and geothermal or in biomass and waste heat all grow by about 3 to 4%. And solar grows by about 8%. So I'm moving into specific renewable energy technologies. So we'll first start with geothermal. And so Turkey has the 4th largest geothermal capacities in the world right now. I'll be comparing Turkey to Indonesia, which is the 2nd largest in terms of capacity. And so this is a slide from Zorlu Energy, which is one of the main geothermal producers in Turkey. The slide has a lot of information, but I think the key idea is that across the bottom, we have the different years. Across the left-hand side, we have the installed capacity. These green bars are for Indonesia, and the kind of yellowish orange bars are for Turkey. And if I extract out the broad trends, this is what we see. And so we see that starting in 2011, the growth in installed capacity for geothermal has grown quite rapidly. And so in 2019, there was about a 10% growth in installed capacity. And so I think this is like one of the broad ideas I take away from making this presentation is that within the past 10 years, we've seen a lot of growth in renewable energy within Turkey. And so you see this for geothermal. We can move into wind. And again, we're starting here on the left in 2008 and going to 2019. And we see this very dramatic increase over this about 11-year period. If I look at this in installations per year, we see that this peaked in 2016 in terms of new wind capacity installed annually, and then it's been going down. We can compare Turkey's wind sector to other European countries. And in terms of installed installations, Turkey is the 8th largest within Europe. And so everything right now is onshore. Although it's the 8th largest in terms of installed capacity, because Turkey has the largest population with Germany within the European research area, the contribution in terms of percent to electricity is only 17th largest within Europe. We can now, so within our campus of Middle East Technical University, we have several of the major renewable energy research centers here. One of them is Ruzgem, also called METU Wind. This was established about 9 years ago, and it's been interesting for me to watch this grow. And so this year, they've been commissioning their new large-scale wind tunnel. And so the circle with the red circle here is the size of a person, and to give you an idea about the size of this wind tunnel, this was, again, just installed. And so Ruzgem built a new building specifically to house this wind tunnel. This is the new building that was built. These are some pictures inside the building external to the wind tunnel. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, you see the test section for this wind tunnel. And so Turkey has made very, very large investments in research infrastructure to develop Ruzgem over the past 9 years. And a similar thing has been happening within solar, specifically to date within photovoltaic. And we're trying to build on these lessons that Turkey has learned from growing the wind and PV capacities and markets to apply this and adapt this to concentrated solar thermal. So we have our solar resource map, and from the map, you can understand that from a European perspective, Turkey has good solar resources, but compared to maybe the Middle East and Northern Africa, it's maybe not so good. But it's kind of comparable to what you would expect to have in Italy, in Spain, and maybe Portugal, also Greece, maybe not quite as good as Cyprus. So we have pretty good, but not excellent solar resources here. And so right now, Turkey is making a large investment to grow the solar research and innovation capacities. And for me, it was interesting because I learned last week for the first time, the government actually gave us new faculty positions specifically for the area of solar energy. It's the first time to my knowledge they've given faculty positions for a specific area. In the past, it's always been us asking for faculty members. In this case, they gave it to us. This is the growth in PV capacities since 2008. You can see this really took off in about 2016. And so from 2016 to 2019, the installed capacities of PV in Turkey have grown from being 26th globally to 13th globally. And right now, Turkey is commissioning a 1 gigawatt Karapanir PV power plant, which in central Turkey is specifically in Konya, if you know the geography of Turkey. And this will be one of the largest PV power plants in the world. The goal is to use predominantly domestic technology. And so to support this, Turkey has been making lots of investments to produce, to increase its capacity to produce PV panels. And so in August of this year, the Kalyan PV manufacturing facility opened up outside of Ankara. Right now, the current capacity is to produce 0.5 gigawatt per year, and this will be expanded to produce 1 gigawatt per year in about 6 months from now. And so recall right now, Turkey's installed capacity is about 6 gigawatts PV. This is part of GUNAM, and so GUNAM is the Center for Solar Energy Research and Applications, which I am affiliated with, part of METU. And so a few years ago, they opened up this new PV pilot line to support domestic production of PV panels. And so I think that a lot of the technology that's being produced at Kalyan PV was actually developed in-house here at METU GUNAM. As this is also a really, really nice facility. And right now, GUNAM is being spun out of METU to form an independent National Solar Energy Center of Excellence. And so again, Turkey is trying to move very aggressively into solar energy. And so as I said, my area specifically is concentrating solar thermal. And so what we're trying to do is trying to look at what happened with solar PV and also with wind and figure out how we can adapt this to the unique opportunities that we see within concentrating solar thermal to grow these markets domestically. So right now, the key decision makers in the Turkish government are very much interested in developing our solar heat for industrial processes, capacities, and markets. In October of this year, Turkey agreed to join the CST European Research Infrastructure Consortium, EU Solaris, and this is the first ERIC that Turkey has agreed to join. On the right-hand side, you see a central receiver facility, which is located along Turkey's Mediterranean coast. And this is a DSG, direct steam generation system, 5 megawatt thermal, and it was developed using predominantly domestic technology. So again, all this points to some potentials that we have here. And so we started an initiative called ODAK-TR. ODAK means focus in Turkish, to specifically try to grow these national markets and capacities. And so we're trying to leverage our membership in EU Solaris and our participation in these 5 Horizon 2020 projects you can see on the right to achieve these goals. So conclusions. Yes. Okay. Okay, so conclusions. So greenhouse gas emissions, Turkey is about the 19th largest greenhouse emitter globally. It's the largest in the Eastern Mediterranean regions. The emissions per capita are about half of Germany, but they're increasing. In terms of renewable energy capacities, so geothermal, wind, and PV have been growing very rapidly over the past about 10 years or so to become some of the largest in the world. So within my own area of concentrated solar thermal, we have the initiative ODAK-TR, where we're trying to leverage existing solar thermal capacities to basically grow our markets and also capacities. So with that, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Baker, for the presentation and perspective from Turkey. We have 15 minutes for discussion, so I would like all of the speakers' microphone to be turned back on. I did not see any particular questions on the chat room, but I'll be happy to give it a go, starting with the perspective of regional collaboration towards more renewable energy penetration in the decarbonization of the region. Is there any specific initiative you are aware of from Turkey, Cyprus, of regional integration? Because as you probably already know, renewable energy benefits from a diverse geography where you can actually trade. Are you aware of any initiatives that would interconnect the region in terms of undersea cables or in terms of pipes? Dr. Baker, maybe I'll start with you and do it in reverse order.
Yeah, so I was actually going to defer this to Nestor. I think maybe he has a better perspective.
Okay.
I come at this from an engineering perspective, technology, not at the larger global level. So yeah, I'm not aware of anything specifically.
You can defer, but I can answer it, to be honest. From a policy point of view and initiatives that connect the regions together towards a vision of decarbonization, already a couple of them have been presented. One of them is MEDEC, and the other one is the Cyprus Climate Initiative, which kind of fit that bill. But in terms of engineering hardware interconnection between the regions, I'm not aware of anything apart from Desertec 3, which has been brought to my attention a couple of days ago because I was attending a webinar on hydrogen. There is a vision there to use some of the countries of the Northern African belt to export hydrogen for European markets. But I don't think it's advanced enough to be considered as something which has legs, as in the same way that the first Desertec had before it was cancelled. There are plans for electrical interconnection between Israel and Cyprus, for example. That could be one of the things, and then on to Greece. You probably know about the plans for natural gas pipelines. Which of those are going to be finally built in the end, I don't know, because it's not just a matter of techno-economics. It's a complicated region with decisions resting on politics. So that's all I know, to be honest. I don't know of any other issues. But on the policy side, there's lots happening. The Union for the Mediterranean, for example, is one of these vehicles, and it was the driving force behind the MEDEC report. And the new IPCC report would have a specific chapter on the Mediterranean basin, which connects all these countries together.
Okay.
I don't know if I can anything else.
Dr. Theodoros, would you like to add something to that?
Yes. So based on the literature review that we did for the climate change initiative, there's also a few more interconnector projects, electricity interconnector projects in the region. Other than the Euro-Asia interconnector that Nestor mentioned that plans to link Israel with Cyprus and then Greece, there's the Euro-Africa interconnector that plans to link Egypt with Cyprus and then again Greece. And there's another interconnector that is supposed to link the GCC countries with Iraq, while Jordan also plans to develop an interconnector with Saudi Arabia. So there is a general trend of interconnecting the countries to take advantage of these geographical dispersion of renewable energy sources that you mentioned.
Quite interesting. So there is a frame, or I'd say like a regional grid that is being built and could benefit. Maybe I would love to hear your perspectives on the recent discoveries of gas by Turkey, by Cyprus, on the Eastern Mediterranean. Do you see this as a potential setback for renewable energy adoption and for the competitiveness potentially of these energies? whoever wants to jump on this.
So I can start.
Yeah.
I'll start first. So I think that in addition to the gas that was discovered in the Mediterranean, I think Turkey's also said they had discovered oil reserves. Now, whether or not these can be extracted or not, I don't know. This is in the Black Sea. So I kind of consistent with the presentation that I gave. When I look at this from sitting at my desk, the people I interact with are in the renewable energy area, and I see all of this growth in the renewable energy area. But when I take a step back and prepare this presentation, and I look at things, like projections for fossil fuels, there's still a lot of carbon that's going to be coming out of Turkey in the coming years. And I think that this is not the official perspective. I can just say this is my own opinion. I think right now Turkey is more concerned about energy security and jobs than maybe climate change. I think this is maybe driving what's happening in Turkey in terms of solar energy. A lot of this is energy security, and creating jobs, developing domestic technologies.
Interesting. Dr. Phylaktos?
Yeah, this question has actually two parts. The first one is whether there will be demand for natural gas in the region in the future, and secondly, whether there is actually a realistic possibility of actually extracting those things that have been found. When we talk about the Mediterranean, and as I showed the presentation from the MEDIC report, the north that consists of European countries has a clear vision for decarbonization for 2050. And the demand for natural gas there will gradually decline. It's natural. I mean, we cannot really use fossil fuels forever, unless, of course, CCS or hydrogen takes such a massive role, and we still use those in a way that is carbon neutral, which I doubt. However, the findings of the Eastern Mediterranean, at least the latest ones, which are in deep waters in Cyprus, around Cyprus, and some of those in Israel, and a few of those that have been found in Egypt are in deep waters and are expensive to extract. And I don't believe that it will actually find a place in the international market for simple economic reasons, setting aside the politics. So these actually may turn out to be stranded assets that will actually remain at the bottom of the ocean, of the sea. However, the demand for natural gas in other places is not going to diminish, at least short and medium term. Asia has a voracious appetite for gas now, and will actually be good to do so after the pandemic is over. Africa may actually come online as well. But those markets are served by different places. And I don't think this Mediterranean gas is going to be such an important player. It will, however, have a role to play for the regional markets. And I think that for countries which are not going to be seeing the net zero vision that the European countries do as important as Cyprus and Greece, for example, or Italy or France. So there will be a market for those. So it's a difficult question to answer because we don't know. All these things are laced with politics as well. But I think that the gas in the Mediterranean, the findings that have been actually already come online, like the Zohr, for example, or Tamar, the big fields that have been found that were easier to extract, those are going to be exploited. But I don't think any more of that will be.
Okay, Dr. Talioutis, do you want to chip in on this question?
I completely agree with the previous speakers. I just want to add that whether the Eastern Mediterranean gas reserves will actually be exploited will be a matter of securing available markets. And potentially it could be an issue of simply substituting, if it's going to be a political decision to substitute current natural gas suppliers of Europe with Eastern Mediterranean suppliers. Whether natural gas from the Eastern Mediterranean will be an additional source to existing natural gas suppliers is a bit more doubtful.
Okay, I have a question from the chat. I think this is for Dr. Konstantinos, so given EU's new targets, Cyprus will need to revise its own modest climate targets substantially upwards. Based on the measures you presented, can these be met? And if not, what else will need to be done to meet them?
Thank you for the question. I also see a question from Dr. Charles Limas, and thank you for the question. So in the scenario that we developed, we actually considered the stricter EU emission targets, both for 2030 as well as for 2050. So we provide an outlook of what technology investments should be pursued. Whether these are realistic actually remains to be seen. And whether there is political willingness of moving towards that direction is also something that is uncertain. However, if we consider the added benefits of pursuing this energy transition, such as economic benefits of developing internal industry, of developing these renewable energy technologies, similar to what we see in Turkey, then it could be potentially realistic to achieve this outlook.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes left. Maybe we can have a final round on your take for people who see green hydrogen with the investment plans of Saudi Arabia, of a number of other countries, as being tomorrow's oil or tomorrow's gas. And the hunger and the need of European countries, more specifically Germany, for green hydrogen being imported because they won't be able to satisfy all their demands. Do you see the Eastern Mediterranean region playing a role in that upcoming market?
Okay, so I can go first. So I think I'm kind of late to the game. I think about 3 weeks ago, it kind of hit me how much hydrogen was being talked about. I thought like 10 years ago, there was a lot of talk. And to me, when I heard it kind of died off and then all of a sudden exploded in my own kind of realm. And so I guess I actually had kind of a similar question I thought about asking my panel that I was the moderator for earlier earlier today, about the potential to transition from maybe exporting oil to exporting different types of renewable energy technologies and maybe hydrogen and things like this. So in conclusion, I don't have a clear answer about that.
Okay. Dr. Philaktos or Theodoros?
I think that hydrogen will not be traded as aggressively as oil has, for the simple reason that green hydrogen can be produced locally. Of course, in varying costs, but this is one of the main attractions of going towards a hydrogen economy. That you can actually produce hydrogen in the countries of the south using solar energy and of the north using predominantly wind energy. So that will be harder to weaponize trade of hydrogen compared to what was happening with oil. So cartels would be more difficult to create. There won't be any global, well, there may be a limited global market for hydrogen where prices will be subject to supply and demand and also political decisions. But if you can have localized production, then the need for that diminishes a lot. So I believe that green hydrogen will actually be a major blow to the status quo of trading liquid fuels. Now, whether the countries of the Eastern Med or the GCC or the Northern African countries that rely on oil right now be able to switch their production towards blue hydrogen and use their own hydrocarbon reserves is something that I don't know yet. I'm sure that all these countries are looking at that and with extreme interest because they want to keep their business model as intact as possible because, well, their fiscal balances rely on those.
Interesting, yeah. So maybe new players on that game. In the last minutes, maybe Dr. Zachariadis, closing words before we move on to the coffee break.
Yes, thank you. Just to add to what Nestor mentioned, so the level of trade of green hydrogen will basically depend on the price differential between the different regions. So whether producing hydrogen with solar in the south is much cheaper to producing hydrogen with wind in the north will be the major factor, as this is the feedstock, basically electricity. However, we also need to consider whether there will be additional needs for infrastructure investments. So how will we carry the hydrogen from one region to the next? Is it as easy to carry, for instance, LNG? It remains to be seen. I'm not familiar with the concept exactly, so I cannot answer this point.
Okay. Yeah, probably hydrogen will play a role. It remains to be determined what type of role it will play in the future. So that takes us to the end of our session. I'd like to thank all three panelists for their presentations, and we will return the control to the organizers for the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have the floor now. So, good evening, afternoon, or morning, depending where you are. This is the final session of this conference, and we are going to address a question that was raised over and over again during the last 3 days. Actually, I found it interesting. In the previous session, which was about plans of the countries in the region to decarbonize, they ended up discussing the topic of this session. So obviously, everybody's waiting to hear the experts discuss this session. The session on switching from hydrocarbon producing to renewable energy source providers. We have 3 experts on the field: Charles Elinas, Melanie Kederdine, and Eli Redding. We'll end up with discussing the overall issues. And since they are intertwined, and in the interest of saving time, I would suggest that we save the questions, bunch them globally, have first few questions from the audience, and then launch our panel. Melanie Kederdine is joining us from New Mexico, and she has to address another conference at the same time, so she will be joining us shortly. With this said, Charles, I would like you to lead these expositions. I would like to inform our audience that Dr. Charles Elinas is an oil and gas consultant and expert. He has 35 years of experience in the oil and gas sector, in senior management positions, and in various other capacities. Currently CEO of ECNHC, formerly actually at that, providing management and advisory services to the oil and gas energy sectors in Cyprus and the region. He is also associated with the Atlantic Council, a major consulting, not consulting, a think tank with addressing issues globally based in Washington, DC. Charles has extensively written on this issue on local, regional, and international press, and it's fitting that you start the discussion. Charles, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kostas. Hello, everybody. Good to be with you. I will start with some global highlights. COVID-19 has led to the cancellation of drilling for gas in the East Med, as you all know, but it has also affected oil and gas and energy development globally in a big way. The global gas industry was in trouble due to oversupply of gas and LNG much before COVID-19. The pandemic made it much more difficult. But more recently, there has been a decisive move to clean energy globally due to progressively lower costs of solar and wind power and batteries, driven also by the increasing number of countries committing to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Around the East Med, the economies of the countries have been affected partly by COVID-19, and recovery will be challenging. Coming out of it, countries in the region should prioritize sustainable development. So let's talk about developments in the EU first. The EU, as you know, has adopted the European Green Deal. It has also committed to net zero emissions by 2050 and to reduce emissions by 55% by 2030, up from a previous target of 40%. This will have far-reaching implications on the way energy is produced and consumed in Europe. In addition to that, the UK, which is coming out of Europe, has also committed to reduce emissions by a staggering 68% by 2030. The EU has also adopted a hydrogen strategy as a longer-term replacement of natural gas in hard-to-abate industries. It is also committed to ESG, environmental, social, and governance criteria are now central factors in measuring the sustainability and social impact of energy investments. These developments will start impacting gas demand from the mid-2020s, and this graph here shows the implications. The blue columns represent natural gas. This was the amount of, in million tons of oil equivalent, the amount of gas being consumed in Europe in 2015. By 2030, these policies are expected to reduce this by the order of 20%. And over the period to 2050, the reduction in natural gas use in Europe can range between 75 to 85%, depending on how things develop. Massive changes. Europe, as a result, has all the gas it needs and does not need any more large gas import pipelines, including the much talked about East Med gas pipeline. Similarly, in the US, there are massive changes about to happen. The election of Joe Biden as the next president of the US will bring major changes to the global clean energy sector. And with the appointment of his energy and environment secretaries, it's going to drive this. They are both activists almost in the clean energy sector. The priority will be to bring the US back into the Paris Agreement, and that will happen immediately on resumption of the presidency. He's committed to eliminate carbon emissions from the US power sector by 2035, and likely to enter the net zero commitments by 2050. He will revamp the US energy industry, putting climate change-driven policies at the center of it. These may have far-reaching impact on the US oil and gas industry, but also on global energy. He may also bring the US back into the Iran nuclear agreement, releasing more oil into the world market at a time of oversupply. He's committed to fully integrate climate change into the US foreign and national security policies. And the naming of John Kerry as his climate czar is indicative of the importance Biden plays. Oil and gas are not likely to be driving factor in shaping future US policy in the Middle East and the East Med. There is what I call a net zero by 2050 club being formed globally. In addition to the EU, other major gas importers that have committed to net zero by 2050 are the UK, Japan, and South Korea. China and Brazil have committed to net zero by 2060. And as I said, by next year, the US may join the club. According to the UN, 24 countries and regions have already committed to net zero, and more than 120 announced plans to do so at some time in the future. With most of the biggest natural gas consumers in the world committed to net zero, combined with the low cost of solar and wind power and batteries, it will impact the future of fossil fuel demand worldwide. And according to BP's talking about fossil fuel demand, according to BP's World Energy Outlook, the transition to a lower carbon energy system will result in a restructured and more diverse energy mix and a decline in the share of fossil fuels and a corresponding increase in renewable energy by 2050. Global oil consumption will fall over the next 30 years, whichever way it goes, driven by the increasing efficiency and electrification of road transportation. It will be it can under net zero, which is shown by the blue line here. BP says that oil demand has already peaked. I don't totally agree with that, but it will come. And by 2050, oil demand in the world, or oil consumption in the world, will drop by a staggering 80%. So it has, there are massive implications of on oil consumption in the world as we go in that direction, because reduced oil demand means excess supplies, means low prices, means problems. Similarly, global natural gas consumption will peak in the mid-2030s and decline to 2018 levels under a rapid transition, but under net zero, the blue line, it will go down by about a third by 2050 in comparison to now. But obviously, post-COVID-19, rapid global economic recovery may actually lead to growth in both oil and gas demand to levels higher than pre-COVID-19 over the next few years, as renewables will be unable to respond that fast. In fact, Goldman Sachs predicts that oil demand will increase to over 102 million barrels per day by 2022, with prices rising to $65 per barrel, driven by Asia and higher prices. But that's temporary. As net zero emissions come into play, we are bound to follow one of these lines, demand going down. The challenge will be, though, that outside Europe, switch to renewables will be driven by economic and commercial factors, not by the desire to meet emission targets. So it needs to be seen how that pans out. In terms of global markets and prices, there was already, as I said before, a glut of LNG in the global markets in 2019 that kept prices low. Competition with renewables is also a major increasing factor. COVID-19 and its devastating impact on the global economy and energy demand and the oil price collapse brought gas and LNG prices down to very low levels. And yet more LNG is coming to the market. This is a graph produced by Bloomberg and supported by the National Energy Agency. And it shows that the demand for LNG in the world will carry on increasing in accordance to these estimates. But the supply is increasing faster. And over this period, we're going to have more LNG in the market than demand. And that means low prices and problems, making it very difficult for expensive East Med gas to secure sales in global markets. That's why, in my view, the future for East Med gas is regional. The international oil companies are also in a state of crisis. The results in 2020 so far show massive losses. The international oil companies have announced spending cuts between 20 and 50% in the period from 2020 to 2025, as well as 10 to 15% staff cuts. Restructuring and consolidation is taking place. A recovery may take 2 to 3 years. Between 2019 and 2020, the international oil companies announced over 80 billion asset write-downs due to the shift away from oil and gas and low prices. At the same time, the European international oil companies are transiting to renewables. For example, BP has pledged to reduce oil and gas production by 40% by 2030 compared to 2019, and a commensurate increase in this renewable sector. But I must add that the United States international oil companies and the national oil companies are not changing plans at the moment. They're rushing in to fill the gap left by the Europeans. Because of this overproduction and overcapacity, the international oil companies are going for large projects, easy to develop, with high returns, where this is not the case. They are looking to divest assets. This MET does not fit into this. There are also the environmental factors. Where with European belief is steadily but surely going green, with the cost of renewables and batteries coming down dramatically, almost by a factor of 10. As you can see from here, this is the cost of batteries between 2010 and 2020, according to Bloomberg. Cost has gone down by a factor of 10. This is having a massive impact in predominance of renewables with time over oil and gas. The European Union's Green Deal is starting to impact oil and gas demand now. Europe has, as I said before, has all the gas it needs and does not need any more large import pipelines. These MET countries have abundant renewable resources, and we heard a lot of it about over the last 3 days. The energy future of these countries should rest on maximizing and developing renewables and exploiting gas resources regionally. And this requires resolution of regional problems. The EU and the US could become catalysts to achieve this. Globally, the switch from fossil fuels to clean energy is now inevitable. But I hasten to add, it will take time. Oil and gas are still likely to be part of the global energy mix even up to 2050, as the International Energy Agency, BP, and others show in their outlooks. Technological developments are bringing clean energy prices down, making it possible to deliver net zero by 2050. They are also bringing oil and gas production costs down. So competition is going to carry on for a while at least. COP26 should focus on actions needed during the next 10 years to ensure that the transition is smooth and it succeeds. That's critical. So concluding, the EastMed, what is the EastMed energy future? For me, post-COVID-19, EastMed should unlock a regional energy future. With exports to global markets becoming difficult, it should take a more realistic view of the future of EastMed gas and global exports. This could also help diffuse conflicts. The region needs a new energy model, maximizing use of increasingly cheaper renewables. This could also help the countries of the region achieve their climate change goals and bring energy prices down. For EastMed gas, the future is local and regional, regional energy markets with emphasis on renewables. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you. I will stop sharing.
Yes, to the organizers, please give me control of the microphone. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello. Charles, thank you very much for the clear exposition and very challenging statements that we have heard and that will give us a lot of material, I believe, for the discussion section. So I see that Melanie has not joined us yet. Is this correct?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh. Hello.
Yeah.
Great. Could you turn your camera on then?
I thought I had. I'm sorry. No one can see you. Can you see? Oh.
Oh, yes.
Oh, God. Let me go comb my hair. Sorry. Sorry. Okay.
Great.
I'm here.
So, welcome. I should say good morning. It's still morning in New Mexico. It's late evening in Cyprus.
Right.
So, I would like to welcome you to this session. Melanie is a principal of the Energy Futures Initiative and a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council as I said already in my introduction of Charles, the Atlantic Council is based in Washington. It's a world famous think tank. Kennedy served as the U.S. Department of Energy functionary there from May 2013 to January of 2017 as the Energy Counselor to the DOE Secretary and concurrently as the Director of the DOE's Office of Energy Policy and System Analysis. Her 100-person office was responsible for analysis and policy development in areas that included energy innovation, climate change, energy security, energy systems, and infrastructure. Prior to that, Melanie was instrumental in establishing at MIT the Energy Initiative and served as its executive director. Relevant to this, what we're discussing here, during her 6-year presence at MIT, she managed a large research and administrative staff and was a member of the research team for MIT's now famous paper called the MIT's Future of Natural Gas Study. From 1993 to 2001, Melanie was also a political appointee for President Bill Clinton's administration, where she served in many key positions. I have to say that also we're very pleased to note that in these male-dominated previous sessions, we're glad to have somebody who has been named as one of the top 5 women in Washington shaping energy policy. With this introduction, I would like to also note that over the years, Melanie has helped the Cyprus Institute in shaping its energy program, especially in the early years where the Energy, Environment and Water Research Center was established in collaboration with MIT. Melanie will hear from you, I suspect, on the transition. We'll hear on the transition from natural gas to renewables. And in a way, it's a recurring theme, the future of natural gas again, updated.
Right. How do I share my screen? I thought I was going to get a share screen prompt. Okay, who's in charge? Can you see that?
We see your, if you start projecting, we'll see it.
Okay, yeah.
It's already on.
Okay, great, it's on. And thank you so much. I hope that my presentation is less boring than my bio, Costas, but maybe not. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the role of natural gas in global decarbonization. I just came from giving another speech on a study we did on carbon capture and storage in California. So I apologize if there's redundancy in some of what I'm going to say, and I'm going to go very quickly. This is an organization called Climate Tracker, and they are looking at country policy performance on emissions reductions, going from critically insufficient to role models. And a lot of their analysis, it's not based on meeting Paris. Is a country reducing its emissions commensurate with the amount of emissions that it puts into the atmosphere. And so that's kind of their basis, and going also how close are these countries coming to reaching 1.5 degree limit. So here are the countries and the, oops, I see you and not my slides. Okay, here are the countries and their scores. Over here, USA, we are critically insufficient, not surprising since the Trump administration abandon any efforts to address climate change. China, Japan, highly insufficient South Korea, so a lot of Asian countries highly insufficient. Oops, sorry. Let me go back. Something I wanted to show here was where the EU shows up. EU is insufficient. Okay, so with all of the focus in the EU on climate change, it is still insufficient. Other countries in Europe, Norway, insufficient. Anyone else? I looked at them. Kazakhstan, I don't know how it fits. And Switzerland, insufficient as well. The only 2 degrees compatible countries, this surprised me when I saw it, is India, and then 1.5 degrees, Morocco and Gambia, and et cetera, et cetera. But this is just to show you where the US, Europe, by and large, and Asia, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about here in a minute. This is the world's primary energy demand, EIA's primary energy demand, under their current policies scenarios and their sustainable development scenarios. Current policies assume meeting the Paris 2 degrees. Sustainable development, I believe, is net zero by 2070, 1.5 degrees by 2070. So it's a stretch goal. And I won't go into the details because that'll take time, but it's showing you what it looks like in 2018 and 2040 demand for fuels. So under current policies, coal goes up 17%, oil 25%, natural gas goes up 48%, nuclear a little bit, renewables a lot, 97%, but still not a huge percentage of demand in 2040. That dark blue bar is 2040, and then solid biomass goes down, which I think probably is a reflection of some of the deforestation you're seeing in places like Africa, where they're deforesting to make charcoal, and the Amazon as well. And then under the sustainable development scenario, coal goes down 61%, oil down 32%. Again, gas only goes down 3% by 2040. Nuclear goes up, renewables goes way up, solid biomass again goes down. But when you look at this, gas goes down by 3%, but it's still a very significant percentage of total energy demand. This is a change in energy-related CO2 emissions between 2018 and 2019. And you see EU and US there and Japan. Our emissions have all gone down. EU is beating the US by a little bit. This is really related to coal to gas fuel switching in the US. I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. I can't read this because there's something on top of it. But here you can see a China 2018 CO2 emissions up. It's changed since the Kyoto Protocol, up 54%. US down 12%. US is down more than any other country in the world on this table because of, and I'll show you more, switching from fuel to gas, switching from coal to gas. India there way up. Germany down, but not as much as the US. And so just a little bit more context there. These are US LNG exports by destination. When I was at the Department of Energy with Secretary Moniz in the Obama administration, we issued the first export permits for US LNG. What you are seeing here, if it comes up, Europe is now the #1 customer for US LNG. I did this about a year and a half ago, and it was Asia. Europe has now moved into the #1 spot. 39% of our LNG exports are going to Europe. Right behind is Asia at 37%. Central and South America up 19%, Middle East 3.5%, and the Caribbean gets a lot of its gas from the United States, most of it. Our exports have increased by almost 900% in just the last 3 years. That's huge. And 78% of US LNG exports go to OECD countries. I did this, again, this analysis a year and a half ago. It was 69% of our exports. And this is not for decarbonization purposes. I'll say more about this in a minute. But at the incoming Biden administration, I look at this, see that 78% of our exports are going to our allies and trading partners. And my issue would be, what are we doing to protect those supply chains? It's very important to our allies and trading partners. Biden was chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's going to care very much about our allies and trading partners. It is not all about the Straits of Hormuz and oil anymore. It's also about natural gas and LNG, and we need to pay more attention to that. These are regional CO2 savings from coal to gas fuel switching. These are IEA numbers, and you can see US, China, Europe, India, rest of the world, and this is for 2018 alone. Approximately 4% of total CO2 emissions from the power sector were reduced by switching from coal to gas around the world. In the US, that's 14% in 1 year, switching from coal to gas, and this is savings in the power sector. Approximately 8% of total CO2 emissions from China's power sector in 2018, and so you can get some idea of the importance and the value in emissions reductions just from switching from coal to gas in 1 year, but also its criteria pollutants. I was a fellow at the University of Chicago. They did a study on air pollution, a global study on air pollution. Air pollution is the #1 cause of premature deaths in the world. So we all think about CO2, but it's criteria pollutants as well. You look at these numbers, and SO2, NOx, and PM 2.5, and virtually no SO2. 10% of the NOx emissions are from gas, 72% are from oil, and then here on your PM 2.5, and this is global, it's 63% from bioenergy, 20% from gas, 16% from from oil, and 16% from coal, only 4% from natural gas. There are also water benefits. I won't go into that, switching from coal to gas as well. This is what I use to show why we need CCS desperately. This is megawatts of coal power capacity under construction in 2018, not announced projects, but under construction, keeping in mind the benefits of coal to gas fuel switching from a CO2 emissions perspective. This is another problem that we need to face in our to combat climate change. Again, these are actual projects under construction. You look at 2 countries there, China and India, 165,000 megawatts of coal generation under construction in 1 year, 2 countries. And to put that in perspective, in 2018, the entire US coal fleet was 235,000 megawatts of installed coal capacity. So I use this because I'm also very focused on CCS, but I showed you the value of coal to gas fuel switching as well. This is a little bit more from the National Energy Technology Laboratory, one of DOE's laboratories. It's life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from natural gas and coal power in Asia. It's really a reference frame, and it shows if you replaced all of the emissions from coal plants in China, that's what that is there, with LNG from the US, and assumed 100-year GWP, it would be a 37% emissions reductions. LNG from the US is slightly lower in emissions. It's different from different regions because of how the LNG is made. But with the GWP, it's 37% emissions reductions. With a 20-year GWP, it's 29%. So more on emissions reductions from switching from coal to gas in China using US LNG. And what you're seeing coming up here, this is from a study that we did in California. And the gentleman before me talked about batteries, renewables, et cetera, et cetera. In this study, this is actual generation every day in California from wind and solar. The red is solar, the blue is wind. The numbers that you see coming up there, that end right there at 90, were the number of days in California with little to no wind. And you had 11 days in a row, 10 days in a row, 5, 7 days in a row, seasonal, but 90 days overall with no wind. And this next figure shows you that's California, and it's independent system operator number. So that's all California there in the middle. California, and it is storage capacity, and the y-axis is duration of that storage. It has some pumped hydro, but almost all of its storage here is battery storage, 181 megawatts total. The duration of that battery storage is by and large 4 hours or less. That is the limitation of lithium-ion battery storage. I think that the bigger number is their pumped hydro, and total electricity from batteries used in California, 502 megawatt hours. California's total generation in 2019 was 202,000 megawatt hours. So you've got 4 hour duration storage. You had 11 days in a row with no wind, and you've got 202,000 megawatts of power generation that you need to provide clean, firm power for. And so it illustrates to me the issues with battery storage and battery storage for power generation. And I'm going to close with a few figures on that. It is relevant. The conclusion that we had in our California study, the 90 days with no wind, is you need a fuel. Right now, that fuel is natural gas. It needs to be natural gas with CCS so that you are getting clean, firm generation. There are huge problems with grid scale storage, lithium-ion battery storage, in meeting those 90 days with no wind, little to no wind. This is just an analysis that the World Bank did on metals and minerals and processes like aluminum smelting for wind, solar, and battery storage technologies. And I have plotted that by region of the world. The green is the country in the top 5 of those resources, those metals and minerals, and I'll show you what they are in a minute. I'm sorry, the green is number 1 in resources of that technology or the processing. The blue is in the top 5. So U.S., North America, no number 1s, 9 U.S. is 9 top 5s. South America, several number 1s. That is almost all lithium. A lot of the lithium in the world is in South America. You look here in Africa, some number 1s, several number 1s. By and large, that's cobalt. You see Congo there, important for lithium-ion batteries. Europe, no number 1s, 7 in the top 5. Asia, this is where it is amazing. You see Australia and China. Australia, 3 number 1s. China, 10 number 1s. So a lot of the metals and minerals and the processes that you need for battery storage technologies are in Asia. They're not in Europe. They're not in the US. And here's another picture of that to give you some idea specifically of what I'm talking about. Aluminum smelter capacity, China #1, refining, cadmium, China #1, chromium, Kazakhstan's #1, raw steel, China #1, molybdenum #1, silicon, rare earths, titanium. And this is Australia, crude iron ore, nickel, et cetera, et cetera. And and then the gentleman mentioned the declining cost of battery storage. This is LCOE, levelized cost of energy for generation technologies for 2018 in the US. And what you're seeing here, advanced combined cycle, $48, advanced combined cycle with carbon capture and storage, $75. Okay, coal is expensive, peaker is expensive, onshore wind, $59, solar PV, $63, cheaper than combined cycles with CCS. But these are the Lazard numbers. And I'm just, because I've gone over time, NGCC, $35 to $81, the IEA numbers earlier with CCS, that's fuel cost variation. A solar PV, $36 to $44, cheaper than NGCC's, but solar thermal with storage is $142. And down here below, sorry, this is an update for this is 2018 and 2019 numbers. I updated them. My apologies. Your utility scale solar PV down here with lithium ion batteries is $108 to $140. So costs have come way down, but they are still a lot more expensive. Here's your other technology types, a lot more expensive than NGCCs with CCS. And I don't know how to unshare my screen.
Yes, the organizer does it for you.
Okay, great. So kind of in conclusion, there are several points. Natural gas is going to play a key role in areas where there's a lot of coal generation, coal to gas fuel switching. US LNG is playing a critical role in that. And around the world, coal, it's not just coal to gas fuel switching. Natural gas with CCS will continue to play a critical role in power generation. If you do natural gas with CCS, it provides the clean, firm power that is very, very costly for renewables with storage. And quite frankly, we need huge investments in innovation in long duration storage in order to go to a significant percentage of generation from wind and solar. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand you will not be able to be with us for the discussion.
No, it's all right. I have told Secretary Moniz that I can stay I'll be late for the next one. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thanks also to Professor Moniz. We'll hear now from Dr. Eli Redding about the case study, Israel. So let me introduce Dr. Eli Redding. He is the Israeli Institute Teaching Fellow at the Department of Jewish, Islamic, and Middle Eastern Studies at the Environmental Studies program at Washington University in St. Louis. He is also a researcher at the Maritime Policy and Strategy Research Center and at the Chaikin Chair of Geopolitics at the University of Haifa in Israel. He currently also serves as a postdoctoral fellow at the Department of International Studies at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Prior to these appointments, Eli was a visiting scholar at the Institute of Security and Conflict Studies at the George Washington University. He was also a Newbold fellow at the Institute of National Security Studies at Tel Aviv University. So, Eli, the floor is yours to tell us the perspective of how Israel will deal with these issues.
Okay, shalom everybody. Happy Hanukkah, Chag Chanukah Sameach. Thank you very much for inviting me. It was really, really interesting to hear both Dr. Kenderdine and Dr. Elinas, because the macro picture that they gave us is going to fit really well into the micro picture, into this case study that I'm going to present now, which is Israel's efforts to transition to renewables. I just want to make sure that you can see the presentation on the entire screen right now. Anybody confirm?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So I'm going to start very optimistically, and then I'm going to put the brakes on. And the reason I'm going to put the brakes on is because what the two other speakers talked about, which is very prominent now in what's going on in Israel, which is the good intentions that hit the wall when they meet the technical problems and the geographical problems and the economic problems of actually going through with it and meeting the goals. So when you look at Israel, Israel was supposed to be a champion of renewables in the region in terms of the technological capacity and the infrastructure and the size that Israel has, that it's a closed market, made it ideal for these kind of things. But most of all, it is Israel's desire to be self-sufficient in its energy, and the fact that it doesn't have any natural local resources of its own until it found gas 10 years ago. And so Israel was always looking, since its establishment, for a way to generate its own electricity, its own power, and renewables fit really well into this goal. It became a joke, the fact that Israel doesn't have any natural resources. Golda Meir, the prime minister, used to say that the one thing Israelis have against Moses is that he took us through the desert, right, for 40 years, just to lead us to the one spot in the Middle East that had no oil. She, of course, didn't look in the sea, because apparently there's gas in the sea, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But since its inception in 48, Israel has always struggled to ensure the import of a reliable supply of energy under a lot of constraints. First of all, Israel virtually has no domestic energy resources until it found the gas in 2009, which meant it had to import everything. And because of the conflict with its neighbors, it was a virtual energy island where it was completely dependent on import by sea. Every time there was a major war, the first thing that was blocked was the Red Sea, was the Tiran Strait. So it was always under this embargo or under a threat of embargo. Since 1948, it is technically under an Arab oil embargo. And since the Yom Kippur War in 73, it is also under an OPEC oil embargo. So half of the oil exporting countries, energy exporting countries in the world refuse to sell oil for many decades. There's a major war every decade in Israel, and that means that there's a large military that needs oil. And all of these constraints made Israel constantly looking for technological solutions and innovations to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and to become more energy efficient. And that made it a prime candidate to kind of lead the charge towards renewables in the region. And you can see that already in the 70s, when oil prices went up because of the Yom Kippur War and the OPEC oil embargo. Oil prices quadrupled, and Israel at the time was generating all of its electricity from oil. It quickly found technological innovations to decrease its need for fossil fuels. In 1975, it enacted a law that every building in Israel under 8 stories has to install a solar panel on the roof, a solar water heater. Right? Today, over 90% of households in Israel have rooftop solar panels on their roof. And this is not a new technology. This is from the 70s. and this is a picture from my porch, right? This is my view. This is how rooftops look in Israel. There's solar panels everywhere, and this is the reality since the 70s. But this is not for environmental reasons, and the push for solar is not for environmental considerations, because at the same time that Israel switched to solar water heaters, it also switched to coal. The main point here was to stop using oil because it became less reliable and too expensive. So at the same time that it switched to solar, it also switched all of its electricity sector from oil to coal because it was cheaper, and it came from politically friendlier countries than oil did. And that's an important thing to remember about Israel, because we will see this duality today as well, because what trumps Israel's energy considerations and will always trump and be the first priority is security and reliability of supply. Other considerations are always secondary or even less than that when deciding on Israel's energy mix. And so if you want to sell a new technology, a renewable solar to Israel, it works better when there's a security aspect or a security urgency surrounding it, where you can prove that it is the most reliable and secure way of giving Israel the energy that it needs. And this is true whether it's solar or whether it's whether it's electric cars. Before Tesla, there was Better Place. In 2008, Israel was a ground zero for a new experimentation of an electric car. And Shimon Peres and everybody bought into this new technology. And the reason why Israel loved this idea of electric cars so much was because of the idea that we are taking money out of the pocket of the sheiks, out of the pocket of our enemies. Instead of using oil, we will use electricity. So this idea that, right, this is part of a geopolitical power struggle. This is part of our Israel's quest to become independent and self-sufficient, helped sell this idea of electric cars, even though technologically this was way too early, and that company was bankrupt very early on because the technology wasn't good yet. But Israelis are also very early adopters, and they like the idea of becoming self-sufficient. And so when solar photovoltaic panels became a thing in the past decade and a half or 2 decades, then Israelis were very early adopters of solar PV panels. Israelis are already used to having solar panels on their roof, right? We all have them. So what's the difference between having a solar water heater and an actual solar PV panel that can generate electricity and even get you money back, right? Plus this whole idea of becoming self-sufficient, taking power from the oil states, not relying on imports of oil because we get embargoed all the time. It all charmed the Israeli average citizen. And so Israelis started to adopt this technology very early on, since the early 2000s. This whole idea of self-sufficiency, Jewish electricity, we even had sketches at the beginning in 1948 of having our power poles, our electricity poles look like Stars of David and the Torah and things like that. So Israel started building a lot of solar panels on roofs. This is the roof of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. It generates 450 kilowatt. This is the roof of the, right over here, these are solar panels. The National Soccer Stadium, Teddy in Jerusalem, Kibbutz K'tura, right? The Negev Desert is a great place for a lot of sun. So the kibbutz, the entire kibbutz is powered by a single solar field. And of course, the Ashalim Park, this amazing structure that has both solar PV and also thermo technology, right? And this big water heater over here that all the mirrors point to. It's also called the Eye of Sauron because it blinds every driver that tries to this thing. But it is very impressive, and Israel uses it a lot in its promotion in the Eurovision. It also showed it a lot, right? 2 years ago, there was a Eurovision contest in Israel. Because Israel shows it helps show Israel as an innovator, as a leading technology champion of solar energy. And so the Ministry of Energy very early on, 15 years ago, set a goal for 2020 that 10% of Israel's electricity will come from renewable energy by 2020. So all of this sounded really optimistic, and now I'm going to pull the brakes on everything because we are now at the end of 2020 and renewables have reached only 6%. And the reason for that is that something happened in the middle of these plans, which is in 2011 when Israel found a lot of domestic natural gas deposits, and its entire economic and security considerations have changed accordingly. And instead of continuing its investment in renewables, it started investing instead in natural gas. It had a cheap, reliable, domestic source of energy. Technically, it reduces CO2 compared, if you switch from coal plants to gas, then you've technically decreased CO2. You're still emitting CO2, but much less. And so Israel began since 2011 to focus mainly on natural gas. So if in 2007, the electricity mix in Israel was 70% coal and 20% gas, now it's 70% gas and close to about 25% coal now, with the idea of completely decommissioning coal plants by the next 5 years. So when you compare the price of having a domestic source of natural gas, plus this whole idea of Israel self-sufficiency and how it's charming to Israelis, and the land allocation, just how much land this huge facility, the Ashalim, is taking just to create 250 megawatts versus a single natural gas plant, which generates 1,500 megawatts, and it's more reliable, and you can generate the electricity, it's dispatchable, you can generate it whenever you want in the middle of the night. The two couldn't compete with one another. Israel stopped investing in these kind of things and started investing in gas facilities to utilize all the gas that it found. And so despite this trend, despite the fact that in the past 10 years, Israel is mainly focusing on building new natural gas facilities, still the Ministry of Energy declared late last year that it wants a new goal of 30% renewables by 2030. Right? Keep in mind, we haven't even met the current goal of 10% by 2020. It has already declared 30% by 2030. Why 30% by 2030? Because it sounds nice, 30 by 30, and because that's what the EU is doing, right? The EU is also setting a goal that by 2030, it will reach 30% of electricity by renewables. So Israel also wanted, it sees itself as a Western state, it wants to be part of that club, and so it also declared itself as 30 by 30. The problem is, right, and it also wants to, yeah.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Sorry? Yes.
3 minutes.
So, okay, thanks. Thank you, Kostas. So it also wants to decommission the remaining coal plants by 2025 it will become part of the Beyond Coal group of states that have in the UN FCCC have committed to completely reducing coal. The problem is that Israel doesn't have renewables. It just has solar. It keeps saying renewables, but the only renewables that Israel has and will have is solar. And that means that it was going to be a huge challenge to reach 30%, because when Europe says 30% renewables, it means a bunch of things. It means, right now it's 11% wind, it's 10% hydro, it's just 4% solar, geothermal, and plus the EU burns wood, and for some reason it calls it renewables. Israel doesn't have hydro, it barely has any wind, it doesn't have the geothermal capacity, it only has solar. So it needs to reach 30% of electricity just from solar, and that is a huge task. No countries reached that goal. So even Germany, the leader of renewables in the EU, or one of the leaders that shows that 40% of its electricity is from renewables, when you actually break it down, solar is just 7% of that, or 8% of that. All the rest are things that Israel doesn't have. And so the idea that by 2030 we will reach 30% of solar is very hard to reckon with, at least with today's technology, because of a number of problems. A, Israel just doesn't have enough land for so much solar. Israel, technically, you can say we can put it in the Negev, but one of the biggest challenges of Israel is land allocation. Land allocation is a very political, distraught problem. The whole idea of land, of course, and the conflict over land is a major problem in Israel. Technically, the Negev, the desert, has a lot of land, but a lot of it is military training grounds. The others are Bedouin land. It's very hard to get permits to get such a huge land allocation for solar panels, and that's a major problem. Israel says that it can technically reach it if all of the roofs in Israel has solar PVs on it. Even cemeteries and there's no way that we can get the permits to do it. It's just impossible to get so much land with the current technology. The only place for wind farms in Israel is the Golan Heights, right? Technically, the international community doesn't recognize this as part of Israel, but that's not the problem. The problem is that there's not enough room to actually create significant wind farms. Plus, the Druze community, every time you try to build a wind turbine there, they try to burn it down. It's not that they're against wind, they're against a bunch of things. Also, cellular phone towers, they burn it down every time, so there's no cell reception there. It's a problem. And so Israel doesn't have a proper transmission system set yet. It doesn't, and technically it said that by 2030 it will reach 30%, but it doesn't have any interim goals. So it doesn't say what it doesn't look like it actually decided how it will get to 30% by 2030. It seems more like publicity than actual design or actual commitment to this. The best bet for land, when we're talking about land for solar, is to cooperate with Jordan. Jordan has a lot of land, and if we can get to cooperate with Jordan and share electricity grids, then technically Jordan can build a lot of solar PVs and share, and Israel will buy electricity from it in return for Jordan buying gas. But again, that's unlikely. Israel and Jordan have a lot of ideas on the paper, but it's very politically hard to do that, especially in Jordan. There's a lot of public resistance towards that. And so, and this is my last point, what Dr. Elina said fits very well into the main problem, which is gas is now very, very cheap. It doesn't make a lot of economic sense to export the gas currently that Israel has to Europe and to build an East Med pipeline, which means Israel is stuck with a lot of gas, and the region is stuck with a lot of gas that is very cheap. And the more the gas is cheap, and the more you're stuck with it, the more you need to use it for your own good. And this is what Dr. Elina said, that the region will be an energy consumer, a gas consumer, rather than a gas exporter. So if that's the trend of being a gas consumer, then that doesn't really leave a lot of economic sense to invest so much in solar panels to reach 30%. Okay, so I will end with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Eli. Okay, we have shared 3 presentations, very challenging ideas. Not necessarily, I would say, in harmony. I don't see necessarily a consensus emerging. Maybe I missed some points. Clearly pointing out to the challenge. Also, the challenge here is not only referring to East Med. The way we want to address it is for the Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East, which is, if I remember right, 48% of the reserved oil is in this area, and about 35 or 38% of the natural gas. So it's not only what happens in the neighborhood of the Eastern Mediterranean, but overall in the Middle East. Second point is that Melanie, I think, highlighted very differently the issue of carbon capture, that the natural gas has to be seen together with the technologies evolving around carbon capture. This is correct, Melanie. Your presentation had underlying the assumption that carbon capture is the issue to vector natural gas into adhering to a viable future being, let's say, the Paris Accord or something similar to it, right. Which I think explains the different trends that Charles showed, which I believe in the scenario that were presented by Charles, the carbon capture was not vectored in. Correct, Charles? Just trying to get the
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Okay.
But it's also not just carbon capture, but also a capture of emissions, methane emissions, and gas emissions from gas plants. That's becoming critical in Europe. At least methane emissions are gaining a lot of importance at the moment. There may be a problem for gas unless they're tackled.
Yes, absolutely. Then there were a number of considerations that we heard from Eli, although I have to say that it gave us a very good understanding of the thinking in Israel. It does not necessarily translate to even nearby countries that have different political, socio-political makeups, which is characteristic of the area that is highly inhomogeneous in just about every respect, from food to religion to energy resources and all that, which if you take it together, it's part of the problem, that inhomogeneity that in every respect characterizes the region. And this is a major issue actually that the climate initiative we're pursuing here for the entire region is hitting all the time. So I would go back to the original question. The projections, I think everybody, it emerges, if we correct for carbon capture, will peak soon. There is oversupply now, and therefore the future of transition, it will take very different character depending if carbon capture technologies become part of the mix, like storage is part of the solution. Is carbon capture part of the solution? And whether I'll turn the question upside down, whether the oil producers and the gas producers in the region can become the champions of carbon capture in order to save their business. I'll start from you, Melanie, on this.
Actually, the study that we did of California CCS, one of the sponsors was the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. There were foundations as well, and the event that I was briefing was the OGCI Board of Directors. I think that, and let me say a couple of other things that I said, that the conclusion that we made from the 90 days with little to no wind in California, we then looked at Texas to see if that was an aberration. And Texas is one of the wind capitals of the US. Texas also had 90 days with little to no wind. It was different times of the year, okay, but we wanted to make sure that that was not just an aberration in California. And I would say that from the perspective of urgency, carbon capture becomes very important. It's why we care about capturing methane. Carbon is much more, lives in the atmosphere for thousands of years, and methane for 12. But you get very important early gains from methane capture, as I think you would from carbon capture. In the longer term, another fuel is hydrogen. Right now, we make hydrogen using natural gas, and you have to capture the emissions. If you could marry up the infrastructures that you need for both CCS and hydrogen, creating both CCS and hydrogen hubs, in the long run, you could probably repurpose a fair amount of that infrastructure for hydrogen. But we don't see that storage is going to meet all the needs of either the power grid or industry. Battery storage in particular its duration is just insufficient, and its supplies to make it are all over the world. And so if you could marry those up and figure out how to produce affordable hydrogen with electrolysis, in the end, you might be using hydrogen as the fuel you need, and you wouldn't strand the infrastructure that you're using for CCS, and you have zero emissions in the future, and the fuel that I think you're going to need for some time. And so the other thing I'd say, and it's different in different parts of the world. The U.S. electricity markets were structured in the late 90s. They haven't been updated since the late 90s. We've talked here about all the technologies that we now have, batteries, wind and solar, costs way down. In the US, we were running out of natural gas in the late 90s. Now we're the #1 producer in the world. We didn't have that either. And I think it's time to revisit how our electricity markets are structured here. If you could easily wheel power from the West Coast to the East Coast as the sun is rising, and and where you have wind, if you could more easily wheel that power, I think you would still need a fuel, but probably a lot less of it. And so I think it's easier in Europe. I don't know about Israel. It might be, you probably got a very integrated grid there, I would suspect. But I think there are other things that come into play besides just the technologies that could enable a lot more wind and solar. You'd still need the fuel with the CCS, but probably a lot less of it. So, anyway.
Okay. The same. I would like to ask Charles about the same perspective.
Well, I mean,
also,
I share
also connectivity, regional connectivity, irons out the intermittency, which is obvious. And it's an obvious solution, but not so easy to implement. To make the point that Germany has a big problem because they need power in the south, they produce it in the north, and running high power lines across the same country because of political local resistance doesn't go forward. So sometimes obvious solutions are not so easy to implement. Charles, yes.
So I understand what Melanie has presented for the United States, and to a certain extent it applies to Europe as well. But in the East Med and the Middle East, the drivers are a little bit different. I mean, Eli alluded to the key drivers. One is land use, and it's not easy. Take Cyprus, for example. It's a small island. Converting the island into big solar farms is not going to be easy. The second is security of supplies. And then interconnectivity, which is not easy also because of disputes and problems and everything else. That's why the East Med, at least initially in the Middle East, can progress, can go forward by combining gas with renewables. That would have a good impact, a substantial impact on emissions, moving away from coal, moving away from oil into gas and renewables. And in the longer term, if carbon capture and storage becomes efficient and cheap, it's possible to implement it. But initially, at least, the direction is one way, I believe, is the use of gas together with renewables to bring costs down, to bring emissions down. And all of that can happen irrespective of land problems, irrespective of security problems. And it can be also, it can also happen with a lower investment. As a result, I see the future in this. That's why I said the use of gas in the East Med is regional. We should stop talking about dreaming about exporting to Europe that doesn't want it and exporting to Asia that doesn't want to pay for it because it's too expensive. We don't have abundant, massive resources of gas. We have enough gas, but not massive resources. We should use it in the region. And Eli presented good reasons for Israel. Similar reasons apply to Cyprus, apply to Egypt, apply to Jordan in a different way. In the longer term, we can consider hydrogen, we can consider CCS, but only when others develop these things to the point that they are cheap to implement. At least the first step, the easy step, is gas and renewables. And we need to make that step because right now, as Eli said, the use of renewables in the region is minute. It's nothing almost. We have all this sun and some wind, and we are not using it. So it's a big step to go from where we are into gas and renewables together. If we achieve that, we're a long way forward.
Let me advance, as we are really hitting the time limit, and it's really bad at this time of the hour, at least this part of the world, to be competing with dinner. That's not very wise.
Lunch.
Lunch. Probably breakfast in New Zealand right now. But let me challenge some of the. Actually, I would like to challenge a little bit some of the statements that Eli made, and inject a little bit also of the discussions that preceded in the last 3 days. As in Israel, Cyprus is an island, not only energy island, also geographical island. We're island all the way. Also, we don't have desert. There is no desert in land in Cyprus. Not yet. Not yet. The climate change may fix that one. But the price of land for electricity production is not an issue. Studies we have done at the Cyprus Institute, in the program that was presented by the Cyprus government, land price is not an issue. Generally, there are places, and it's not so land intensive as one might think. Also, we have a lot of experience. Cyprus is the #1 country in the world in solar heaters on roofs. Israel is #3. So we have that experience, and land is uniformly not an issue. I'm surprised that you think that in Israel is considered. It is, even though it has a part of the desert. Also, this is partly to Melanie. There were discussions over and over again in the last 3 days about the value of thermal storage, which currently is about 10 times less expensive than, even given the 10-fold reduction over the last years of batteries. And California actually has considerable, relatively speaking, solar thermal storage in molten salt. And actually, if I believe I'm right, the law in California does not allow solar thermal plants without considerable storage in solar thermal technologies for over 8 years, I believe now. Somehow it was not presented in your analysis of the California situation, although I noticed in your graphs that even wind is so intermittent, solar is far more reliable, especially is intermittent in a very predictable way. So it's not in the same category as wind, which is, I would say, is whimsical, not intermittent. But if I can make the distinction. So where I'm heading, I found a little bit, let me put it as a challenge, and then we close with that, that somehow the value of solar, given these notes I made, was not presented as the way out of this dilemma, or even as a cooperative technology, although Israel, for example, was pioneering in the production of syngas early on because of security, actually, and it abandoned it when the natural gas came on board. So is this renewable not antagonistic, but synergistic in this transition?
I actually very strongly believe that the renewables and gas should be working together. You made the point, you know, that it is essential right now for cooperation. We're not seeing that in the U.S. I don't think you're seeing that in Europe. I don't know about Israel, but you know, the strong keep it in the ground movement, but they believe that battery storage actually works. And something, I agree that we need to be investing in other types of storage, okay? And they all have their limitations, and battery storage is cheaper. I also looked, lithium-ion batteries are manufactured in 22 states in the US. You start creating immovable objects when states become economically invested in manufacturing lithium-ion batteries, and I think we need a lot more investment in other storage technologies. They are many of them tend to be, it's like pumped hydro, very, very geographically specific. Okay, compressed air energy storage, you need underground storage. You know, they all have limitations. I haven't looked at molten salt in a while. Okay, but I think we need to be looking at all of them. In the interim, in the meantime, gas and renewables need to work together in order to get the early gains that we need. Something else I would say about looking at the metals and minerals, and I've been spending a fair amount of time looking at that. Those are capital costs. We tend to think of energy as in terms of fuel costs. When you start looking at things like batteries, those are capital costs. And understanding the lifespan of the technologies becomes much more important than understanding the cost of the fuel. And an anecdote I will give is that a CEO of a utility, she said, my state requires me to buy battery storage, grid scale storage for my utility. The manufacturer says I can get 10 years out of them. If I get 3, I'm lucky. So if we're talking about reliable renewables, we need to start thinking very differently about capital cost and the lifespan of some of these technologies.
Assessment decision.
Yeah. And so another long story short, and I do have to get off in just a minute, but this has been great. I actually learned, whenever I learn anything, it's good. So.
Okay, let's hear from Eli and then Charles, and then we stop there. Eli.
Okay, so I'll answer shortly because I know we're less, we don't have a lot of time. Land, when I say the land problem for solar in Israel, it's not a cost issue, right? It's not the cost of the land. It's the political problem of allocating land in Israel. Land is a very contested issue in Israel. As we know, we're in a 100-year conflict about land. And allocating land for solar is a problem in Israel because that land can go, Israel is one of the most densely populated. Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas. In the West Bank, if they want solar panels, then they need to build it in Area C because Area A and B is full. And Israel doesn't allow it to build in Area C because that creates also presence and it creates facts on the ground if you build the solar. So everything is political, and the issue of land allocation in Israel is a major problem. It's not about the cost of the land. It's about that land can go to other things, whether it's military training grounds, whether it's a future a city, whether it's nobody wants to commit.
The science, it's a political decision. I mean,
right. And so, having said that, you still can just justify it. You just need to wrap it in a way that Israeli policymakers agree with, which is sadly securitization. Solar panels still have security aspects to it that are very beneficial to Israel. You're creating a decentralized source of electricity generation which is good for Israel, which is under rocket fire every now and then. If it hits a coal plant or a natural gas plant, that is a problem. Whereas if you have a lot of solar PV on rooftops, etc., that can create some kind of a decentralized temporary solution. So there are security benefits to diversifying energy resources. In any case, you shouldn't be 100% renewable on anything, 100% dependent on anything, whether it's renewables or coal or gas. So the idea of diversifying as much, decentralizing and spreading the energy generation sources is something that appeals to Israelis, and that's why the Israeli Ministry of Energy is still trying to promote renewables, but it's not necessarily, you can wrap it under environmental and green and meeting the EU, but the real reason is so long as it makes security sense, right, and political sense, it will happen. You just need to wrap it in a way that every country has a different incentive for why it's doing what it's doing. And in Israel, that is a good incentive to sell, right, that it has security benefits to it.
Okay, now, Charles, you have the last
A very quick one. I mean, if there is one thing I gained from our presentations tonight, both from Melanie and Hilary, is that we all believe that there is a future in the combination of gas and renewables. There is a strong future for gas and renewables. And when I hear more recently in Europe, that the European Commission is now taking decisions to shift away, completely away from gas, not just shift away from coal, switch from coal to gas, but actually switch away from gas altogether. It's very short-sighted, I believe. In our part of the world, in the East Med, in the Middle East, this combination of gas and renewables is by far the best way forward. And we need to find ways to make it happen. And we need to also pass a message to the European Commission that decisions taken to suit Western Europe don't necessarily apply to the rest of Europe. Otherwise, we'll be pushing a direction that out of which nothing useful will come. I mean, the region is not in the same situation as Denmark or Germany or the Scandinavian countries. It's a different region. And
I think this is a good conclusion.
I would leave it at that. It's a good conclusion.
I have to say something, Kostas, that we have the same regional issues in the United States, but we are also doing a global gas study looking at the future of natural gas in a deeply decarbonized world. We are having to look at different regions of the world. Today we had Africa, tomorrow we have Africa, we're doing Asia, we're doing Europe, we've already done South America. And I insisted that Eastern Europe and a think tank in Bulgaria have a lot of input into the Oxford organized event, because the issues in Eastern Europe are very, very different vis-a-vis gas than they are in Western Europe. And we need to be very, very cognizant of that. I just totally concur with what you said. So.
Excellent. I think this was a very productive debate. Somehow, actually, a lot of new thinking and work needs to be done on how to harmonize in the renewable energy policy with the future use in a decarbonized world of natural gas. I think that's a very nice conclusion, and we should leave it there. A clarification, Melanie, is Middle East treated as a region in your study, or it's parcel?
We've talked about we've talked about Middle East. We haven't organized it yet, and obviously very different issues there as well. So we're not there yet, but it is a region that we have discussed. I've talked about going to CAPSARC and seeing if CAPSARC can arrange something, but it needs to be part of that discussion. We haven't arranged the U.S. yet either, and we are just starting out doing these regions of the world because the implications are so different in Africa than they are in Europe. And so it's got to be regional. And if anyone's interested, send me a note, and we'll invite you to the next one. tomorrow. I got to get ready for tomorrow.
So,
Okay.
with
Very
this,
keen to participate. I will tell you now.
thank you. And I invite the chairman of the entire conference, Professor Blanco, to say a few closing words.
Hello. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to, and thank you to all the speakers. I think has been a very interesting conference. What we wanted to reach with this conference is something that somehow had come in this last discussion. We want when we are discussing climate change to consider more CSP. And one thing that Dr. Kanderdin got in their presentation is that I think we have not achieved that yet, because for instance, CSP did not, as Professor Papanikolaou pointed out, did not show up too much in your analysis. I think what you said, for instance, about the power plant, you have in California plants that are already working for 30 years and have increased their production, and showing that the CSP plants for 30 years, the one that were built initially by Luz, they are still in operation. In Spain, we have 13 years of operation, and they are completely predictable, and they provide a lot of services to the grid in addition with the CSP. In relation with the land of this technology, we did a study in Spain. I did the study when I was in CENER, in a Spanish organization, and just with the industrial land, without getting into agricultural competition, just with the available industrial land and putting the technology with the current performance, we can power Spain 90 times the total production. And I am sure that also in Cyprus, we can also power Cyprus several times before running out of land. So I think this is when you look at the land issue, the thermal storage, even the thermal storage being used now in Germany and in other places, just the vast batteries, the thermal storage, because you have only one reduction of 1 degree per day, and you don't have 90 days without sun in anywhere, at least in the sunny countries anywhere.
Okay. I'm in New Mexico. Yeah. It's sunny here too.
Yeah. I've been there with some. Yeah. So my point is that this is the purpose of one of the purpose of the conference thing is to get more people because right now solar is, for many people that are taking decisions, is only batteries and photovoltaic. And I think that these technologies can also produce. We have presentation about about producing fuels, etc., etc. I think it has been a very, very interesting conference. Thank you for all this discussion. To me, also, one discussion that is always a problem is we talk that we need gas, etc., but unless we have carbon capture, because then we have the experts in climate change, and they tell us if you don't stop completely in 14 years or in 20 years or something or soon, we are going to have a climate problem. So at some point we need to stop either using gas or develop such a technology that we use the gas without making any emission, because there is I see a conflict in the logic of the two things. I think at some point, if we need to really stop, we really need to stop, and we need to decide how we are going to do it. No?
Okay, this will be the topic, I think, for another conference.
Yes, for the next
next one. Okay.
Thank you very much to everyone, and to all the presenters and the speakers and the attendees that are still with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Costas, Secretary Moniz said to tell you hello. Okay.
Thank you.